to learn from good practice. And I would commend that the incoming chair, Baroness Longfield, looks at some of what West Yorkshire Police are doing. Operation Dale's Way has made convictions since 2016 of many defendants with over 2,000 years of imprisonment. And the third and final thing, Madam Deputy Chair, is ongoing engagement. So I would just like to invite Baroness Longfield to come and listen to the victims and survivors in Bradford and West Yorkshire. Thank you.
Well, let me thank my honourable friend. I'm sure that the Chair and her panel have heard the request made of the visit to her area. She'll understand I won't speak for the Chair and the panel members, but I know that members across this House will want to make representations about their local areas, and I'm sure all of that will be taken under consideration. My honourable friend will know that Baroness Longfield in particular knows Bradford well, having gone in to help turn around children's services in that local authority in relation to a different matter, but she does know the area well, and I do recognise that there are already some improvements that have been made by her local police as well, and some lessons have already been learned. It's important that whilst the inquiry will make recommendations in the future about things that we need to do at national level to learn the lessons to make sure such criminality cannot take place again, the good practice that we already have should still be shared with authorities all over the country, and I will be talking to Baroness Longfield about how we make sure we don't lose current good practice whilst we wait for the final recommendations of the inquiry.
Wilson.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Home Secretary's statement today, and I welcome the appointment of Baroness Longfield, who I think will be an excellent chair. When I met Professor Jay at the start of the year about her inquiry, there were two things she impressed upon me: the importance of a child protection authority and the importance of data sharing. The Safeguarding Minister announced the establishment of a child protection authority earlier this year. Will the Home Secretary update the House on progress in establishing that authority? And on data sharing, we on these benches have supported the government in their legislation to create a single unique identifier. Unfortunately, there are people outside this place who are suggesting it's the precursor to digital ID for children and that government will inappropriately use children's data. Will she reassure parents and carers out there that government will guard children's data with the utmost security and only use it to keep children safe and improve services for them?
Well, let me thank the Honourable Lady, and absolutely on her second point, this data is to keep children safe, and we have a duty to children in our country, and the recommendation on data sharing was well made and absolutely the right thing to do. The unique identifier is there as a measure of child safety and not for anything else, so let me provide her with that reassurance. I think some people have maybe legitimate concerns in this area and need that reassurance. I think others are seeking to make some mischief, but whatever it may be, I can confirm that the unique identifier is there as a child protection measure and a child protection measure alone. And then on the Child Protection Authority, she is tempting me to gazump future announcements that are imminent. I won't do so, but let me assure her that there will be a progress update very, very soon.
Chris Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome this significant set of announcements from the Home Secretary and the strong panel members appointed. The Home Secretary will be aware that the Scottish Government has finally announced a review of grooming gangs in Scotland. The Chair, Alexis Jay, has said Scotland does not grasp the scale of child sexual exploitation. I know from my own previous experience working preventing trafficking that children are trafficked between Scotland and the rest of the UK for abuse. So can the Home Secretary confirm that this inquiry will liaise and collaborate with colleagues in Scotland, and Home Office officials will do what is needed to support it? Abusers work across the border, and so we must as well.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. The matters pertaining to local authorities and police forces are, of course, necessarily devolved matters, and so a large part of the inquiry is therefore necessarily only on devolved territory, but it will make national recommendations, and I do note the work that is now happening in Scotland in relation to grooming gangs, and again, I'm sure the Chair and the panel will make sure that there is some discussion whilst respecting the boundaries of devolution, but where there is best practice to be shared, or of course we know that this criminality does not respect borders, that is very much taken into account.
Mark Pritchard.
Thank you, Madam
Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Home Secretary's statement today and also associate myself with her reply to the father of the House. And it's absolutely right, no community, whether ethnic or religious, should be stigmatised as a whole. But she mentioned in a statement British Asian. Can I say that some of my British Asian Hindu, British Asian Sikh community are rather fed up of both the media and in this place a generic British Asian remarks and statements being made, and I hope that the inquiry will be more definitive and descriptive. And she mentioned religion in her own statement. Telford and Wrekin, she will know, had its own local inquiry, the Tom Crowther inquiry. Her predecessor said that there were still, to paraphrase, gaps to be filled since that inquiry. Will she support me in calling for the national inquiry to come back to Telford and Wrekin to ensure that everything that needs to be done is being done? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, she mentions a 3-year timetable taking us to March 2029. If the election, she may be the Labour leader by then, is in May 2029, and prorogation is in March 2029, will she commit to the victims and to this House and to all of our constituents that the inquiry will report, even if there is a general election in 2029?
I thank the Honourable Member for his questions. Let me say I've heard much the same complaint from Asian men in my own constituency who are not Muslim or of Pakistani heritage but are of different Asian heritage, that the confusion in the descriptions, they feel also, stigmatises a wider group of people. I think we should all just agree we should not be stigmatising innocent people and law-abiding citizens in our country, no matter who they are, because that is absolutely wrong in every way. We should go after the criminals who have committed these atrocious crimes, and the best way in the end to resolve these matters is just to have accurate ethnicity data that is collected. That was the gap that Baroness Casey found in her national audit. It is a gap that has existed for many years. It is a gap that I intend to put right. As I said in my statement, the Home Secretary does not in fact have the power to mandate the collection of good quality ethnicity data. I will legislate in order to change that and make sure that every Home Secretary in future has that power. And it is my own view that we should collect ethnicity data for all offences, because actually the best way to deal with suggestions of conspiracy or people thinking that some communities are allowed to get away with certain types of behaviour, or that the state doesn't wish to know all the full facts of any cases, to just put all of those allegations, claims, counterclaims to bed. The best thing we can do is have the transparency of accurate data, and that is how we will seek to proceed as a government. Let me say to him on Telford, I very much hear the case he has made. I will resist the temptation to tell the chair and the panel where they should go. Where they will go for their local investigations is a matter for them, and they will set out the criteria by which they will make that decision themselves in accordance with the draft terms of reference. But he has made his case powerfully. I'm sure that will have been heard by the chair and the panel members. And let me say to him, the 3-year timetable, we have followed the recommendation of Baroness Casey very closely, and she said 3 years is the right amount of time to both do a good job, get the work done, and make those recommendations. And nothing, not even a general election, should get in the way of that.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the appointment of Baroness Longfield and the 2 panellists to this inquiry? And can I just ask, particularly for victims and survivors, the Home Secretary has mentioned that they will be at the heart of the inquiry. Can she set out a little bit more about what that participation looks like? And just on the potential reinvestigation of 1,200 cases, which is really important, we must make sure that happens. But we already know too many victims and survivors are facing unacceptable court delays. So what discussions is she having with colleagues at the Ministry of Justice to make sure that progress happens at pace? Thank you.
She's absolutely right about the need for victims and survivors to be at the heart of this process. That is very clear from the draft terms of reference. To begin with, the chair and the panel, alongside Baroness Casey, will meet with the current victims and survivors panel who've been involved in getting this inquiry set up and get it running. And they will then also create the charter which will set the framework by which the inquiry will ensure that victims and survivors are at the heart of this inquiry, and to give those victims and survivors the confidence and trust in the process that they rightfully ask for and need. And I'm sure that the chair will be very strong in putting this across. And let me also say to her, I used to be the Lord Chancellor and Secretary of State for Justice. I know the issues of delays in the criminal justice system across the board very well, and we are working very closely with our colleagues in the Ministry of Justice to ensure that that old adage, justice delayed is justice denied, does not come true for these victims.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do have an urgent plea for the Home Secretary and the new Chair, Baroness Longfield, who I know will be watching today. They will both know that, shockingly, Keighley and the wider Bradford district have never had a full independent inquiry, despite Anne Cryer raising the alarm more than 20 years ago. Madam Deputy Speaker, myself, leading child abuse solicitor David Greenwood, local survivor Fiona Goddard, supported by more than 5,000 local residents, have written to the new incoming Chair, urging her to immediately launch a targeted inquiry across Keighley and the wider Bradford district. So can the Home Secretary ensure that Baroness Longfield sees our letter, understands the overwhelming public will across Keighley for this issue, and meets with Fiona, David and myself at the earliest opportunity so that we can ensure that Bradford district is at the heart of this national inquiry?
Secretary.
Let me thank the honourable member for his contribution, and he's made a very strong and very powerful case for the inclusion of Bradford and Keighley into the inquiry as one of the local areas for a local investigation. I hope he'll understand why I won't make commitments on behalf of Baroness Longfield today, but I know that she will see this debate, she will hear all of these representations, and Baroness Longfield and the panel members will very soon set out the criteria by which they will make these decisions about where they will go for local investigations. And I know that she and the panel members will want to take some reassurance from that, but I know he's a doughty campaigner from his local area, and I'm sure that those representations will be heard.
Sam Carling.
Speaker, and can I also hugely welcome the appointment today of the Chair and panel members, all of whom are brilliant appointments who I know will do a very thorough job. I'm very pleased to see in the terms of reference to religion. The previous inquiry, ICSA, unveiled serious problems in religious groups of many different faiths, many of which also operate as charities. Can the Secretary of State outline what progress the government has already made on implementing recommendations from that previous inquiry? And will she also ask the relevant minister to meet with me to discuss strengthening charity regulations so that any religious organisations operating as charities that are found to have played a part in this can face action?
Home Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend. I believe that he's already met the Minister for Safeguarding, but she has just told me she's very happy to meet with him again. So I'm sure that meeting will take place as quickly as possible. He will know that we are pressing ahead with implementation of the ICSA recommendations as well as the Casey audit recommendations as well. If there are any gaps, we will of course seek to fill them. But the first thing is, I think, to meet the test of the recommendations that have already been made. But I look forward to discussing these further with him in due course.
Sarah Pochin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We at Reform UK welcome the progress announced today by the Home Secretary into this long overdue inquiry, and welcome the reassurance she's given that the victims of predominantly British Pakistani rape gangs will be properly consulted and involved in the inquiry. But can she confirm that her Safeguardings Minister will be called as a witness in this inquiry, as someone who has voted against an inquiry earlier this year and in whom victims lost all confidence?
Secretary.
I'd be happy to give evidence.
Well, firstly, the Minister for Safeguarding will happily talk to anyone, anywhere, under any auspices about the need for justice for victims and survivors of these heinous crimes. Let me just say to the Honourable Lady, I hope the House can elevate beyond party political point scoring, because the most important thing here is to deliver the measure of justice that is needed for the victims and survivors of these horrific crimes. They will be at the heart of this inquiry, and the inquiry will go wherever the evidence takes it.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Home Secretary's focus on victims and survivors and her commitment that they will remain at the forefront of the inquiry's approach. But can she also ensure that the findings and recommendations of previous inquiries and investigations are also implemented so that the voices of victims who have already shared their horrific stories are never forgotten?
Secretary.
Let me absolutely give her that reassurance, and I hope that the progress the government is making on implementing previous recommendations gives her and others some more of that reassurance. In the end, I think we prove ourselves to victims and survivors here by doing and by taking the action that is so desperately needed, both from older recommendations and also from the new ones that will come.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Very few of us here today were present in 2003 when the then MP for Keighley, Mrs Anne Cryer, a courageous Labour member on the left of her party, spoke out about these grooming gangs. For her troubles, she was smeared as a racist, she was shunned, and she was threatened to the point at which she had to have safety devices and emergency alarms installed in her home. Will the Home Secretary join with me in paying tribute to her courage, belatedly? It has never received any recognition of which I'm aware. And does she not think that Anne Cryer might even now have some insights to share with an inquiry as to what it's like when the people who are supposed to be protecting people close ranks to protect the offenders instead?
Home Secretary.
Well, let me right the wrong immediately in terms of Anne not having the recognition that she deserves, and let me pay fulsome tribute to the work that she did in exposing these, not just the crimes themselves, but also the state failure that meant that so many people who are supposed to keep young girls safe were looking the other way. He's absolutely right. It took immense courage for Anne to speak out all those years ago, and she has herself deep experience and expertise here, which I'm sure that Baroness Longfield and others will want to avail themselves of. It can be a lonely road when you're exposing this kind of criminality, but also when you're holding to account other parts of the state that might not want to face up to what they have done. She walked that lonely road, and we're only here today with the knowledge that we have because of the work she started.
Luke Meyer.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there's a concerning tendency, I think, to view these issues as historic when, in all likelihood, there are working class children being failed by institutions right now all across our country. And so can the Home Secretary confirm that the inquiry will be able to respond to new information as it comes forward? And in terms of the behaviour of institutions, can the Home Secretary confirm that the inquiry will be able to account for that as well, and actionable, clear recommendations will be included to stop these failings happening again?
Home Secretary.
Let me say yes to him on both of those counts and give him that reassurance that he has sought. Is absolutely the case that as new information or evidence comes to light, the inquiry will be able to pursue that and will work very closely with law enforcement and others to make sure that that happens. He is right. Sadly, devastatingly, it is undoubtedly the case that working class children are once again today being let down and being hurt because those who should have kept them safe are not keeping them safe. And that is why this government will never stop in the work that we're doing across government to keep the children of our country safe.
Will Forster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Home Secretary's statement and the progress on this inquiry. My local authority, Surrey County Council, has at best been slow to acknowledge their failures in child abuse and child safeguarding in terms of the case of Zara Sharif from Woking. How will the government ensure that both police forces and local authorities fully cooperate with this inquiry, particularly in areas with a history of underreporting, cover-up and a lack of openness and transparency?
Home Secretary.
Well, let me say to him first that no local authority, whoever they are, will be able to resist a local investigation if that is what the chair and the panellists wish to occur. And once they are underway with their local investigations, they will in the end make national level findings and recommendations which the government will then respond to. So I would envisage that in the end, whether an area is part of a local investigation or not, every area across England and Wales will have lessons to learn and legal duties that they will have to fulfil. And I am sure that once the inquiry is reported, there will be potentially further legislation or other action that will be taken.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for her statement today. I particularly welcome the part about closing the loophole with regards to taxi regulations. In my first outing in this place, I spoke about the challenges and the problems caused by the loophole of cross-border hiring. Can I ask the Secretary of State to work at pace with her colleagues in the Department of Transport, I see one on the front bench now, to ensure that this legislation gets through and those people that are using taxis across the country feel safe?
Well, firstly, let me pay tribute to my honourable friend and the work that he has done on taxi regulation. And I would happily make sure that we keep discussing with him the measures that we are bringing forward. And then let me provide him with the reassurance that we are working very closely with our colleagues in the Transport Department to make sure that the legislation in the English Devolution Bill is absolutely fit for purpose and does exactly what he and I would want it to do.
John Lamont.
Thank you very much. The Scottish Government have announced a review of the grooming gang's evidence in Scotland, but this falls short of a full inquiry and disappoints many of the victims. Now, I've asked for this before, but please, will this UK Government extend its inquiry to the whole of the UK so that the victims of these appalling crimes get the justice that they deserve? Grooming gangs operate in all parts of the UK, so should this inquiry.
Home Secretary.
Well, look, I hear the absolute force with which the point is made, and I have a lot of sympathy with what the honourable member has said and what my own colleagues from Scotland have said in relation to the fact that grooming gangs do not respect boundaries, and that is a point I know that the inquiry chair and panel will also take on board. Many of the public authorities that have failed children sit within devolved departments, and so this is necessarily an England and Wales inquiry primarily, but I would expect there to be discussions with colleagues in the Scottish Government and to make sure that all of the lessons are learnt across the whole of the United Kingdom, because in the end, these are all our children and we all have a responsibility to keep them safe.
Dr. Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I do thank the Secretary of State for her statement and also the Minister for Safeguarding for the work she's done in this area over many years. What should shame us is that so many people have waited for many years for the announcement we've heard today. And I think, as I think the member for New Forest East hinted, some MPs were actually born after some of these offences took place. And it's an absolute disgrace that it's taken so long to get to this place. And it does come a week after, as we've heard, that the Scottish Government have been shamed into considering their own inquiry, and I do use that word shamed deliberately. But can I ask the Secretary of State, £65 million is a lot of money, but is it enough? Will more be made available if needed? And how will she keep herself updated and us here in this chamber updated on the progress of the inquiry, particularly the perspective of those survivors?
I thank my honourable friend. Look, it's an independent inquiry, so I think that there should be and there will be some necessary limits in my engagement with the chair and the panel, because it's an independent inquiry. They will go wherever the evidence takes them. I'm sure I will receive updates in terms of timescale and making sure that we are within the 3 years that has been agreed as the timescale for this inquiry. Let me reassure him, I'm sure that the correct level of resources are being made available to ensure that the inquiry can undertake its incredibly important work. And just look, I hear the point on devolution. I won't repeat the earlier answers that I have given, but I hope that given the subject matter and the fact that it should be of interest to all members in this House, regardless of which part of the United Kingdom we come from, that we are all doing everything we can to keep children in our country safe, that these lessons are learnt across the board by everyone.
Joshua Reynolds.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Home Secretary what steps the Government are going to take across government to ensure that whilst this inquiry is ongoing, the victims of these horrible crimes are being given proper support whilst this process is undergoing?
Home Secretary.
Yes, let me provide him with that reassurance. Firstly, because Operation Beacon Port is up and running, and that is the National Crime Agency work to bring what have been closed cases to take a fresh look and bring more perpetrators to justice. Separately also, once the inquiry is up and running, there will be a victims charter which will set out the way in which the inquiry will engage with victims and survivors to give them the trust and confidence that they need and deserve.
Rupert Lowe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the Minister may know, we've been running our own independent inquiry into the rape gang scandal, funded by over 20,000 concerned people. Our hearings are taking place in early February next year. We've made immense progress to date, with more to come. Will the Home Secretary meet with me to discuss how our work could potentially assist the national inquiry, which we all want and need to succeed without further delay, as the rapes are continuing today?
Well, let me say to him, there is only one statutory inquiry, and that is the one that this government has initiated, for the chair and panel of which I have announced today. Let me also encourage, if he has collected evidence under his own auspices that is relevant to either current or past criminal proceedings or other evidence of state failure, he should make that available to the statutory inquiry.
Presentation of Bill, Munira Wilson.
Special Educational Needs and Disabilities Education Profit Cap Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 16th of January.
Friday the 16th of January. Which brings us to the 10-minute rule motion. Dr. Al Pinkerton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring a bill to place a duty on the Secretary of State to enter into negotiations with the European Union to agree a customs union between the United Kingdom and the European Union and for united purposes. Madam Deputy Speaker, up and down the country, businesses know it. The public feel it, and it's time that this House find the courage to lift our whispered voices and admit it. Brexit has been an abject economic failure. It's choked business investment, shattered economic resilience, strangled trade, shrunk the economy, and left every single one of us poorer. The economic benefits of Brexit were only ever an illusory mirage. The kind of shimmering promise you see in the desert in the midday heat. The kind of shimmering promise that lures you towards it only to find it always, agonisingly, out of reach. A promise that dissipates altogether as the cool of the evening returns. Well, that chill has descended. And now we can see clearly that the promises of 2016 and the oven-ready deals of 2021 were nothing more than the lukewarm figments of political opportunists who sought, and in some cases still seek, advantage in populism, in fragmentation and in fear. Far from taking back control, today our country feels more precarious than ever. We lurch from crisis to crisis, uncertain of who we are, what we stand for, and whether our children will be better off tomorrow than those who came before. Far from becoming a buccaneering global Britain, the United Kingdom is today weaker and more isolated than any point in our recent history. Far from lowering food and living costs or slashing regulation, British businesses are now buried under 2 billion bits of red tape that stretch 15 times around the circumference of the earth, all while the cost of living spirals even higher. Far from securing the transformative trading arrangements it promised, the government has delivered only Australia and New Zealand deals, worth a combined 0.1% to UK GDP, and exposing British farmers to tougher competition and diluted protections. The India deal would add just 0.13%, and the much-heralded US agreement has shrunk from a growth opportunity into damage limitation following Trump's tariffs. Meanwhile, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've erected new barriers with our largest market, the European Union, which continues to represent around half our global trade. The result? Tiny wins at the margins and a massive permanent hit at the core. That is not global Britain, nor was it ever going to be. It's economics by consolation prize, and the country is paying the price. Just last month, the National Bureau of Economic Research, a leading US think tank, published a decade-long analysis concluding that Brexit has reduced UK GDP by between 6% and 8%. The House of Commons Library shows that Brexit is now costing the Treasury up to £90 billion every single year in lost tax receipts, money that could be supporting our NHS, our defence spending and our public services. In practical terms, Madam Deputy Speaker, the average Briton today is between £2,700 and £3,700 worse off than if we had remained in the European Union. That is the reality of the Conservatives' botched Brexit deal. So let me put this plainly, Madam Deputy Speaker. The most dishonest campaign in modern British political history promised that Brexit would save £350 million a week. Instead, Brexit is now costing this country £250 million every single day. That is why we have the highest tax burden in 70 years. That is why families face sky-high bills. That is why we remain trapped in a cost of living crisis. This is the lived reality of the very working people the government claims to champion, but for whom it shows neither the resolve nor the political will to protect. And while the Conservative benches and those behind me may chunter, it's the former leader and Prime Minister of the Conservative Party, Sir John Major, who noted Brexit is a flop. It will not now leap up from its deathbed. The Liberal Democrats believe the most effective route to sustainable economic growth in our country is to rebuild our relationship with the European Union. Our single most important trading partner. Just last week, the Prime Minister himself said, the Brexit deal has significantly hurt our economy. So for economic renewal, we must keep reducing frictions and move towards a closer relationship with the EU. That view was echoed by the Deputy Prime Minister, who described a customs union as an inevitable journey of travel. Well, my bill would propel us along that journey. It proposes a UK-EU customs union covering most goods with a formal mechanism for UK consultation on new EU trade deals that affect us. It would lift the man-made constraints that are strangling our small and medium-sized enterprises, many of which have stopped trading with Europe altogether. This bill is on the side of British business. The Federation of Small Business is clear. The greatest burdens fall on firms with the fewest resources to adapt. Crocus, one of the largest horticultural businesses in the UK, based in my Surrey Heath constituency, tell me that trade barriers are adding friction, inflating supply chain costs, and causing damaging delays at our borders. Others warn British developed innovations risk being lifted and relocated to the continent. British ideas, nurtured by British universities, lost because electoral expediency was placed above economic reality. Now, even if the government stayed within their own self-defeating red lines, which merely replicate, of course, Theresa May's failed framework, a better deal with Europe could generate £25 billion extra per year for the Treasury. But the British public and British businesses want this government to go further and to go faster. At a time when ONS data shows rising numbers of young Britons leaving to work overseas, we have a national duty to support growth, to ease household pressure, and give young people a compelling reason to build their futures here in the UK. As my party's former Northern Ireland spokesperson, I worked across the political divide to consider the practical implications of the Windsor framework. Red lanes, green lanes, parcel movements across the Irish Sea. These barriers still hamper our internal market. A bespoke customs union would cut costs, smooth trade, and reduce daily frictions for businesses in Northern Ireland. Those who value the union should see more clearly than anyone that cooperation strengthens it far more than isolation ever could. Madam Deputy Speaker, you do not strengthen the British economy by raising barriers on the market that takes 41% of our exports. You strengthen it by removing the barriers created so a weak Prime Minister could pretend to be tough. A survey by the British Chambers of Commerce shows nearly half of exporters cite customs procedures as their biggest barrier, and 39% cite documentation complexity. The message from businesses is unambiguous: reduce friction and unleash growth. Closer economic partnership with Europe is also a matter of our national security. Russia is defined by military expansionism and destabilization. China grows more coercive and authoritarian by the year. Under a second Trump administration, the United States has demonstrated a willingness to threaten and coerce even its closest allies in pursuit of hemispheric preeminence. In the recent national security strategy, the US welcomes, and I quote, the growing influence of patriotic European parties and says its goal should be to help Europe correct its cultural current trajectory. A clear signal of intent to interfere in allies' domestic politics. In an increasingly fractious multipolar world, we must stand closest with those who share our values, our trade and our common security. Madam Deputy Speaker, if we are serious about lifting this country out of stagnation, then we must get Britain growing again, get Britain exporting again, and make Britain competitive again. A bespoke UK-EU customs union would cut red tape, unlock investment and restore certainty to British business. To sit on our hands is to choose stagnation. To oppose this bill is to prolong the cost of living crisis. To reject it is to hold back the small and medium-sized businesses that form the backbone of our economy. This House today has a clear choice. We can remain on a path of managed decline, or we can choose a future built on growth, on confidence and on opportunity. We can unleash once again the resilience, the creativity and innovation of British business. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. I call Simon Hoare to speak for no more than 10 minutes.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise to oppose this bill. And yes, for those who know me, I did actually say oppose, and smelling salts are available through the usual channels, I am sure. I listened very intently to what my friend, the Honourable Member for Surrey Heath, had to say, and he said it with great passion and his typical eloquence. And he and I have worked together on Northern Irish issues and indeed others since he entered this place. It's a pleasure to do so, and I'm sorry that we are on different sides and separate sides this afternoon. It might be cheeky of me, Madam Deputy Speaker, to remind the Honourable Gentleman, of course, that it was his party was the first party in this place that actually suggested a referendum on Britain's continued membership of the European Union. So that is something which is often missed of Liberal Democrat leaflets. Maybe they're too busy winning here to remind themselves of that. The Honourable Gentleman also declared, as a matter of fact, that the United Kingdom, post its membership of the European Union, was weaker and isolated. I honestly cannot fathom how he can arrive at that conclusion. The convening powers of the scenes outside Downing Street yesterday, when we stood with allies in support of Ukraine. The recent state visits of the US President and the German President. The fact that this country is head of a Commonwealth, a leading member of NATO and a permanent member of the Security Council does not suggest to me a country which is weaker or more isolated. Far from it. The two are entirely separate things. There are 4 reasons, I believe, and I can say this, Madam Deputy Speaker, as somebody who voted to remain part of the European Union in the referendum and campaigned strongly to do so. But I accepted the result of the referendum, as most people on these benches did. And I say to the Honourable Member for Surrey Heath, who I woke up to hearing in my ear, now before anybody worries about that, I was in my bedroom and he was on Radio 4. At least that's the story I'm telling everybody. And he said that we could be like Turkey. But Turkey, that was the relationship that he was suggesting to the listeners of the Today programme. Turkey aligns trade policy and tariffs with the common external tariff for industrial goods. They have no say on EU trade decisions, on agriculture, or on services. And I say respectfully to the Honourable Gentleman and his colleagues, that in no way can meet the fundamental essay question that the electors of this country gave to us through that referendum decision. They wanted us to forge our own destiny. Whether that was going to be a path that was without ripple or stumblestone, nobody knew. But that was the instruction which the British people gave, and Democrats of good faith said, we will abide by that decision. The honourable gentleman's argument may be liberal small l, but democratic it certainly is not. There are 4 clear reasons, as I see it, why this proposal in the bill deserves to be opposed. The first is that it would fundamentally undermine the welcome and energetic efforts of His Majesty's government, principally led by the Right Honourable Member for Torfaen, to continue to grow that iterative process of a relationship with the European Union without being part of it. That endeavour deserves the united support of all Right Honourable and Honourable Members in this House, because it will deliver, as always intended through that organic process, identification of creases and an attempt to iron them out. We all want to see small, micro and medium-sized businesses flourish and prosper. We all want to see an increase in trade with the European Union, and we all want to see the uplifting benefit that that has to all of our citizens. But the proposal before us in this bill is not the way to achieve it, because, as I say, I believe it would fundamentally undermine the good offices of the government in trying to achieve what it is seeking to achieve. My second point is that business needs certainty. And heaven knows through the whole process, and heaven knows through the... Now, I'm afraid, with the exception of about 6 who survived the 2015 cull, there are not many on the Liberal Democrat benches who served in this place when we were trying to deliver Brexit. But the one thing that they would have taken away had they been here, and thankfully, Madam Deputy Speaker, they were not. The one thing that they would have taken away was that business wanted certainty. They are now, slowly but surely, but with a certain degree of typical UK energy, flair and elan, meeting the new trading regimes. And there are businesses up and down the country, small, medium, large and micro, who are making a decent fist of it. We wish them well. The process which the government has underway is designed. Madam Deputy Speaker, if they wish to sort of shout like it's some sort of Harrogate Lib Dem spring fair, they can feel free so to do. Quite what Harrogate has ever done to deserve them, I do not know. But I will leave that to the good folk of Harrogate. We wish them well. But to embark upon a customs union approach analogous to that of Turkey would be, I think, a mistake, because it would engender more uncertainty in the minds of British business, just as they are settling their trading patterns and getting their heads around things, with the hope and promise that those creases are going to be further ironed out in the work which the government is doing through the Right Honourable Member for Torfaen. The third reason is that those trade deals already entered into, unless they met the requirements of the European Union, would have to be fundamentally rewritten or scrapped. Now, we are in the foothills of trying to maximise the benefits of those trade deals. They were never easy to deliver. But to start to unpick them now would show a degree of bad faith and certainly uncertainty in the collected and settled mind of the British political class of this country. And the fourth reason, which I would suggest is probably, Madam Deputy Speaker, the most compelling to even the most ardent rejoiners in Parliament, is that the European Union doesn't want it. The European Union now sees us for what we are, whether we like it or not. We are a third country, and it is an enormous arrogance, and maybe unlike many, I can't speak for all of them, but I've had the lucky and favourable opportunity of talking to senior EU officials about this very proposal. There is neither interest in it or appetite for it. They want to engage with the government as they are in the organic evolution of what we have. But they have spent, and this is where we have to look at it from the other end of the telescope, the political leadership of the European Union, as far as they are concerned, have spent quite enough time dealing with the needs of the United Kingdom. They are very happy to engage in the tidying up exercise and the spreading out proposals which the government have. But to start from scratch in some sort of perverse Groundhog Day approach to how we withdraw from the European Union is an utter nonsense. They are not interested in that. They don't want to go back to day one. They are perfectly happy with how things are, and they want to see it evolve. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, for those four, I hope, clear and compelling reasons, I say to colleagues across the House, whether they were ardent Brexiteers, ardent Remainers, or maybe even one or two who weren't entirely sure, this bill should command no support. It has no merit. It should be voted against should a division be called.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Division, clear the lobby. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! The tellers for the ayes are Claire Young and Susan Murray. The tellers for the noes, David Simmons and Andrew Snowden.
Thank you, Jack.
Order, order.
The eyes to the right, 100. The nose to the left, 100.
The eyes. Order. The eyes to the right were 100. The nose to the left, 100. In accordance with precedent, I will cast the casting vote aye to allow further debate. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Put that in a bar chart. Ow, bar chart.
Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Madam Deputy Speaker, Ed Davey, Daisy Cooper, Wendy Chamberlain, Callum Miller and myself.
Dr. Al Pinkerton.
Raj isn't here. That's the story. Raj isn't here.
UK-EU Customs Union duty to negotiate bill.
Second reading, what day?
Friday, the 16th of January, 2026.
Friday, the 16th of January, 2026.
How are you going to put that in the bar chart, Al? Lib Dem's winning here. It'll still be like that.
The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Railways bill, second reading.
Now.
The reasoned amendment in the name of Mr. Richard Holden has been selected. Minister to move second reading, Secretary of State Heidi Alexander.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this bill be now read a second time. 2 centuries ago, the first passenger railway services to run in the UK symbolised the hope and ambition of a confident nation. Yet today, the same railway symbolises something rather different. Because every cancelled service, every cramped carriage, every dodgy Wi-Fi connection not only reflects a railway that has been beset by years of dysfunction, but also it represents a transport network, an economy, indeed a whole country in desperate need of renewal. It is therefore little wonder that at the last election, millions of people voted for change, voting for a party that committed to bringing train services back into public ownership, a service which would put passengers before profit. Madam Deputy Speaker, no one should underestimate how seriously this government takes the instruction of the British people. The King's speech set out no fewer than 5 transport bills. 2 have already received royal assent, and this railways bill is the 3rd. After years of spiralling rail costs, yet plummeting performance, years of promises of rail reform which never saw the light of day, years of an industry run at the altar of private profit over the public good, today we kickstart the biggest shake-up of our railways in a generation. This landmark bill means Britain will finally have a railway owned by the public for the public, one that puts passengers first, that seizes the opportunities of freight, that offers a better deal for taxpayers, and above all, a railway that is greater than the sum of its parts. It's not just... I'll give way.
Wilson.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. She's
Extolling the virtues of nationalisation, South Western Railway, which serves my constituents across Teddington, Twickenham, Hampton and Witton, was nationalised earlier this year. We have only seen the service get worse and worse and worse, with delays, cancellations, short-form trains leading to overcrowding. When can my constituents expect a better service as a result of her policies?
Secretary of State.
The Honourable Lady is right to say that South Western Railways had a difficult few months after it came into public ownership, but the problems that they are experiencing were inherited from the private sector operator. I would point to the fact that the number of new Arterio trains on the South Western network has quadrupled since the train operating company came into public ownership, and I would also point to the fact that cancellations in the directly operated services are actually less on average than the cancellations in the privately run services still. I'll give way.
Thank the right honourable friend for giving way, and can I thank her for joining me at Branksome Depot in my Bournemouth West constituency to launch Great Britain Railway. It was welcomed by engineers, by passengers, by the railways themselves and local schools. I have a very different experience than my the honourable member on the other side of the benches. So can she tell us how this will benefit constituents and passengers across the rail networks?
Yes, of State.
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention. It was a wonderful day in Bournemouth to mark that first train operating company coming into public ownership under our new legislation. We will have a laser-like focus on building a railway that the public can rely on and a railway that the public can be proud of. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to make some progress. I'll give way later. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was saying that our determination in government is to build a railway that is greater than the sum of its parts. This is not just about getting us from A to B, but the railway is a route to aspiration, to jobs and higher living standards right across this country. So my message to passengers is simple. Better times and better trains lie ahead. I'll give way.
I thank the Transport Secretary for giving way. This rail bill represents a promise made and a promise delivered to set up Great British Railways with its headquarters in Derby. But can the Transport Secretary tell us more about how GBR will work together with our UK rail supply chain to ensure that we have the jobs, skills and growth needed to deliver a railway fit for Britain's future?
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for that intervention, and I'm looking forward to working with her and her colleagues in Derby, pulling together the plans for the new headquarters in a city that I know is already brimming with railway talent. I can also tell her that we will be publishing a rolling stock and infrastructure strategy next year to give confidence and certainty to the supply chain, and we will be able to perform longer-term planning precisely because we are bringing the management of track and train together. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
To the Secretary of State for allowing me in. Her Wiltshire constituents and mine aren't really interested in organisational change. What they're interested in are railways that run on time, that are reasonably comfortable and have interconnectivity. So when will those passengers who use South Western Rail expect to see tangible improvements rather than the 50% increase in cancellations they've seen since May and the 29% increase in delays that they have seen during the time that service has been renationalised?
Secretary of State.
His constituents will next year see their fares frozen for the first time in 30 years. Under the last government, we saw fares go up by 60% between 2010 and 2024. I can only assume that he wasn't listening to the reply I gave to the honourable lady on the Liberal Democrat benches. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am going to make some progress now. We've already begun the work of change in government. We passed the Public Ownership Act last November, which began the process of simplifying an industry fractured into over a dozen different bodies. Already 7 operators are in public hands, with 7 more to follow. We're a step closer to saving up to £150 million a year in management fees, which previously went to private companies, but which can now be reinvested in our services. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Like most of the public, I don't care who runs the railways. I just want them to work. Despite what some might claim, we on these benches are not possessed by some sort of ideological fever dream when it comes to rail. Instead, we're led by the facts, by what our constituents are telling us. And what is beyond doubt is that the current model has failed passengers time and time again, and that while public ownership alone cannot deliver the reform we need, let's be clear, reform would be hamstrung without public ownership. Madam Deputy Speaker, we could wait for the wheels of legislation to turn before driving improvements. But I don't believe passengers should wait any longer. It's why last month this government froze rail fares for the first time in 30 years. It's a historic shot in the arm for millions of passengers, many of whom are struggling with the cost of living and can now save hundreds of pounds a year. But that's not all. We've expanded pay-as-you-go contactless ticketing in the South East, with plans to launch further schemes in the West Midlands and Greater Manchester. And we're currently trialling digital pay-as-you-go in the East Midlands and Yorkshire. Combined, this means millions of journeys will benefit from a best price promise. And finally, integrated leadership teams are in place on South Eastern and coming to South Western and Greater Anglia. One person ultimately in charge of both the tracks and the trains in those areas. It's a step closer to better decision-making on our railway and a move away from everyone blaming everyone else when things go wrong. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
To the Transport Secretary for giving way. She knows I'm a huge fan. So in that spirit of solidarity, would she join me in supporting the new bid by the Wrexham Shropshire Midlands Railway Company to the Office of Railroad to have a new service into Shropshire and stopping important market towns like Wellington in my constituency? And does she accept it's not just the big cities, not just the big urban centres, but rural market towns that also need to be included on timetables?
State.
The decisions about open access services in the current model are for the Office for Rail and Road to take. With respect to the specific service that he refers to, Network Rail did support that, but the Office for Rail and Road took a different decision. If there is a new proposal coming forward, I'm sure Network Rail will look at that closely. We're keen to improve connectivity wherever we can. But that's why we're bringing this legislation forward, because it needs to be Great British Railways who take track access decisions so that we can ensure that decisions are taken in the best interest of passengers overall. I'm going to give way on that point.
I'm very grateful, and can I thank the Secretary of State for the huge ambition in this truly transformative bill. But that ambition for cities like Bradford must translate into real delivery. Places like Bradford have been left behind for far too long. So can the Minister confirm today when she will announce the development of a new modern through station for Bradford, one that finally gives our city the fast direct connections we have been denied for far too long, and also set out a timetable for progressing full connectivity of the Trans-Pennine route upgrade?
My honourable friend makes a compelling case, and it's a case that has been put to me by Mayor Tracy Brabing and by the leader of Bradford Council, Chancellor Susan Hinchcliffe. And I do hope to be saying more about improving connectivity in the north of England in the weeks and months ahead. I'll give way to my honourable friend from Reading.
Could I thank the Secretary of State? She's making an excellent speech on a very important matter of policy. And could I also thank her for the outstanding work to reduce the cost of rail travel for my residents in Reading and many other parts of the country. I wonder if she wants to say a little bit more about the benefits of contactless and the significant benefits the residents will feel from the smoothing out of the ticketing regime from its current very complicated model.
My honourable friend is completely right to highlight that the travelling public want their journeys to be convenient and they want them to be easy, and the rollout of pay-as-you-go and contactless ticketing removes some of the friction in the system. Through Great British Railways, we also want to simplify the ticketing structure, because at the moment we've got a baffling array of millions of different fares and ticket types, and that's something that we need to sort out, and we will sort out through this legislation and through our ambition for the railways. I'm going to make some progress, and I will give way some more in a minute. Madam Deputy Speaker, we do have to be honest about the state of our railways at the moment, though. They are still a bit of a mess. Underlying structural problems remain. Fragmentation remains, complexity remains, and passengers still pay the price. That is why this bill matters. This bill will sweep away the fragmentation and dysfunction which have plagued the railway for too long. It will bring together the 17 different organisations that are involved in running the railway into one public body, Great British Railways, the direct in mind that this industry has long called for. GBR will coordinate much of the network, track and train, revenue and cost. Tickets will be simpler, costs reduced, growth prioritised, journeys made more reliable, and every decision taken in the interests of passengers, taxpayers and freight operators. The railway will look and feel different too. Passengers will no longer have to navigate that mind-bendingly complex system of organisations which has been designed to benefit private companies at the cost of decent services. And we will wave goodbye to the blame factory that's come to define the industry, whether that's the armies of lawyers arguing over whose fault a delay is, or whether it's questions over whose responsibility it is to fix a broken light bulb. Instead, we'll see one railway, one team, with one mission to deliver better public journeys. I'll give way to the honourable lady from Clyde, who's been trying a number of times.
Grateful to Liz for giving way. I know she's touched on the role of the Office of Rail and Road. After the Croydon tram accident in 2018, the Light Rail Safety and Standards Body was set up. At the same time, the Chief Inspector of Railways recommended that a similar body was set up for Heritage Rail. Heritage Rail, of course, is run mostly by volunteers. Could we now, with this bill, take the opportunity to look at whether we could set that up for Heritage Rail as a sector?
One of the things I'm very keen to ensure is that we maintain the excellent standards of safety that to date we have seen on the railways, and if we don't do that, then I will be failing in my responsibility as the Secretary of State. I'm aware of the recommendations that she refers to. I do think the ORR as one regulator provides coherence at the moment, but if she wanted to write to me to set out in more detail the case that she wishes to put forward, I will look at that. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. Decades of rail privatisation have actually failed my constituents. 4.5% of trains from University Station in my constituency from August 2024 and 2025 this year were cancelled. 60% of Avanti West Coast trains failed to arrive on time. Given this record of failure, can she set out how will she empower passengers and local communities to make decisions on how their local railways are run?
There are two key points of this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, which my honourable friend will be interested in. The provisions relating to our partnership work with mayors and mayoral strategic authorities to make sure we're working with our devolved partners. And secondly, the important work, I've had a momentary lapse of concentration, but there is the passenger watchdog, which I was going to come on to, which is a really beefed up passenger watchdog, and it might help if I say something more on that at the moment. We do have a laser-like focus on improving the railways for passengers. For too long, I'm going to make some progress. For too long, the priorities of passengers and the priorities of the industry haven't been one and the same, and that has to change now. Alongside GBR, we will create the passenger watchdog, a strong, independent voice for the customer. It will set tough standards, independently monitor passengers' experience, investigate persistent issues and relentlessly push for a more accessible railway. I will give way.
For giving way. I've had almost 1,000 of my residents in Althorpe, Crowell, Thorne and Hatfield sign a petition, and all they want is a train per hour, one train per hour. At the moment it's every 2 hours, and on some days hardly any service at all. By streamlining GBR into one place and having that decision making, does she foresee that the timetable will allow those practical issues to be resolved quite quickly?
My honourable friend raises an important point. I know it is often said about the railways that he or she who controls the timetable controls the railway, and that's why this bill will put power into the hands of the integrated rail body, Great British Railways, to take decisions about the best use of the rail network. Madam Deputy, I'll give way to the honourable gentleman, and then I'll make some progress.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State and also for her strong support for rail issues across the country. She talks about the passenger watchdog and body. I stood for 54 minutes on the train from Bristol to London yesterday in common with many other passengers. What they want to know is how their passenger voice will be heard. Can she please clarify for the House whether this watchdog will operate in order to look back at performance, and if not, how passenger voice will be heard and the governance of the new arrangements that she is describing?
The passenger watchdog will be able to look at patterns. It will have the power to compel GBR and operators to provide information to it. It can make recommendations to the ORR for enforcement. And so I do think that if our constituents have been failed, for example, by passenger assistance, if their trains are always delayed, if they experience shoddy customer service, then the passenger watchdog will be their champion. Madam Deputy Speaker, I spoke briefly earlier about devolution, and I would like to set out how Great British Railways is not going to be some sort of British Rail Mark II. Instead, it will be an agile organisation that embraces innovation and devolution. It will be rooted in the communities in which it operates, with local leaders finally getting a say in how their railways are run. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way, and I salute the ambition and determination with which she's articulating her ambitions in this bill. Would she agree with my colleague, the Honourable Member for Moray West, Nairn and Strathspey, that the way in which this bill has been discussed with Scottish Government partners has been the exemplar by which other government departments in Whitehall may wish to follow? And what steps does she think she can take to highlight to her colleagues in government more widely that there is the possibility of constructive dialogue between these two governments, as she herself has ably demonstrated?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his remarks and the tone in which he has said it, and I would like to put on record my thanks to Scottish Minister Fiona Hislop and the Welsh Transport Minister Ken Skates for the way that they have engaged with me and my officials during this process. And I know that my colleagues across government share that determination to do what is right for the country as a whole. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was setting out how GBR will work closely with mayors. We will reach bespoke partnership agreements to match the specific transport needs of different communities. And we will, of course, continue to work with the devolved governments in Scotland and Wales, who I'm pleased have lent their full support to the aims of the bill. I give way.
I thank the Secretary for giving way. The bill makes clear that GBR and the Office of Rail and Road would be required to have regard to local transport plans produced by mayoral combined authorities. However, this doesn't apply to local transport plans produced by single strategic authorities outside mayoral combined authorities. So within Cornwall, we cannot and will not join a mayoral combined authority. Would the Secretary of State meet with me to discuss how Cornwall will not be left out and be penalised because we cannot join a mayoral combined authority?
I'd be very happy to ask the Rail Minister to meet with my honourable friend to have that discussion. Madam Deputy Speaker, One of the other biggest concerns of passengers is the baffling array of fares and ticketing. That's why GBR will drag the current complex system into the 21st century. A new GBR website, an app will allow passengers to buy tickets, check train times and access support all in one place. No booking fees, no confusion, just simple fares that offer the best value for money. I give way.
State for giving way, and I welcome that Greater Anglia was one of the first to move into public ownership, and I welcome the rail freeze. Just to ask on the point on devolution, there are many of us in the East who would like to see the East-West rail, which will have a huge impact, extended to Norwich so that we can maximise our economic growth. Would she help arrange a meeting with the rail minister, with the relevant MPs and other stakeholders in the region to discuss that and the Ely-Hawley junction too?
Yeah. I would be happy to arrange that meeting. This issue was raised with me when I visited Norwich on the day that Greater Anglia transferred into public ownership. She will be aware that the delivery of East-West Rail happens in 3 stages. We first need to get to Cambridge, and then I'd be happy to have that discussion, but there's a huge amount of work to get us from where we are today to actually seeing those trains running between Oxford and Cambridge, and that does have to be the priority. I will give way and then I will make some progress.
Kieran Mullen.
I thank the Secretary of State. Understandably, she's been talking so far about passengers primarily, but of course the railways also transport freight. For example, important suppliers to British Gypsum in my constituency, taking many lorries off what is already a congested A21. Could the Secretary of State lay out what her ambitions are and how she will deliver them in terms of increasing the use of freight on the railways?
Yeah. I do think we need to move some of the freight that we currently move by road to the railways. This bill will require the Secretary of State to set a freight growth target, and Great British Railways will have a duty to have regard to that target when they exercise their statutory functions. So it's something that is at the heart of this bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, finally, I'd like to talk about access to the rail network. Great British Railways will be responsible for getting the best use out of the finite network capacity that we have. This is essential if we are going to improve performance, reduce disruption and allow more communities to be served by the railway. We want to see customers given the best choice of services and routes, and this will be a core principle of Great British Railways. So it will work with open access and freight operators to harness the best of the private sector, taking access decisions across the whole network in a way the current regulator never could. And we saw the urgent need for change only last week, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the ridiculous prospect of an empty 7 a.m. train running from Manchester to London, a decision by the regulator which has now thankfully been reversed. But let me be clear, GBR will not be allowed to act unchecked. The Office of Rail and Road will have robust powers to hold GBR to account. Decisions GBR makes with regard to access and charging are all appealable to the ORR. This ensures that GBR's decision-making is fair, considered and transparent across the board. Before I finish, I do want to draw the attention of the House to our accessibility roadmap, which was published alongside the bill. The Rail Minister and my colleague Lord Hendy wrote in that publication that for far too many people, the railway remains a system of barriers and that this must change. I could not agree more. As far as I'm concerned, a railway that fails to serve everyone isn't a railway fit for purpose. That is why the bill also gives GBR and the passenger watchdog clear duties, ensuring the needs of disabled people are at the heart of decision-making. I'll give way.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way and for those remarks. Weymouth train station in my constituency, despite serving a town of nearly 50,000 people, does not have a working toilet. That is a huge barrier to travel for disabled passengers. Does she agree with me that actually this legislation and action by this government to bring our railways back into public hands will help to make sure that our railways and our stations are far more accessible for disabled passengers?
I do agree that this needs to be a priority, and it will be at the heart of what Great British Railways does. Madam Deputy Speaker, for too long, the railways have been a source of national parody rather than national pride, a symbol of public services not working as they should, of life unnecessarily made harder. But 200 years since the first railways transformed this country, we have a once-in-a-generation chance to restore, renew and reimagine the potential of this industry and place it at the centre of this government's plans for national renewal. Because the rising living standards, greater opportunity and greener economy that we promised at the last election all rely on a growing, high-performing railway, a railway that connects us to the things that matter most, people to jobs, businesses to growth, families to day out, and all of us to our loved ones. A railway with public service at its core that's frankly obsessed with the needs and wishes of passengers, and one which we can finally be proud of again. That's the railway Britain deserves. It's the one we will deliver, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Before I call the Shadow Secretary of State, I would just like to update members that there will be an immediate 5-minute time limit on backbench contributions. Shadow Secretary of State, Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And once again, just like with the unemployment bill, we are gathering to witness another throwback to the 1970s. Yeah. Because despite what the Secretary of State says, ideology is clearly core to the legislation she's putting forward today. Otherwise, she wouldn't be ruling out concessionary schemes as on TfL or on Merseyrail. At this time, it is our railways which are about to become the latest victim of the government's desire not for government oversight, but for state control. Yeah. So we go down the rabbit hole. There is nothing in this bill, despite the warm words of the Secretary of State, that guarantees growth in our rail network or cheaper fares. In fact, only this morning the Secretary of State refused to say that rail prices would continue to come down. Nothing to guarantee safer, more comfortable journeys on our railways. No plans for greater electrification. Hardly surprising, given that the last Conservative government delivered 20 times the amount of electrification in our 14 years as Labour achieved in their 13 years. And yet this government has chosen to again betray North Wales and abandon the Midlands main line upgrade as well. Both really important electrification projects. Nothing in this bill promises, nothing that promises better and more consistent internet connections on our trains. Instead, like card soldiers out of Alice in Wonderland, the Secretary of State is busy covering up her blunders by painting the roses red. She claims the new branding isn't just a paint job. Well, what on earth is it? Madam Deputy Speaker, we on these benches know the answer to that. She is trying to paint over the cracks of a rusting hulk of a bill that picks the pockets of every other single DfT budget, whether it comes to our roads or bus users, whether it comes to air passengers and air travel, whether it comes to active travel. All will be hit with cuts, and all will also be hit with higher taxes, so that she and her civil servants can play with trains in the Department of Transport. And I give way to the honourable member.
I'm grateful to the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way. One of the first acts of this Labour government was to hose money at striking train drivers to buy them off. Does he share my concern that we will see the cost of a publicly run railway increase dramatically to the cost of taxpayers, and we will see services get worse?
I think the honourable gentleman makes a very important point, actually, and it was interesting to hear yes from the government benches, because that's exactly what they did do. They did throw money at the transport unions. And it's particularly interesting that the Transport Secretary said today that they'd be facing £2 billion a year subsidy for the foreseeable future. That's not what they've said in written question answers to me or to colleagues on this side of the House. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me be absolutely clear that when it comes to Britain's railways, we are not against the idea of united track and train. We back a model that brings coherence to the system, but not one that weakens scrutiny and clamps down on competition. That is why we've supported a concessionary model, which the Secretary of State will no doubt recall from her own time at Transport for London, along with honourable members from Merseyside and those from Greater Manchester, where the model is being proposed. I don't think anybody has ever considered those to be on the far right.
Earlier referred to ideology. Surely it was a Tory ideology that privatised the railways in the first place. An ideology that's not been copied anywhere else in the world, precisely because it costs the taxpayer more and it costs the passenger more.
I think we can all see the ideology at play today, because if there was some, if it was the case, as the honourable member states, I think his constituencies in Greater Manchester, where actually the mayor's calling for a concessionary model, a partnership between actually the state and the private sectors, something directly opposed in the bill that he's going to be supporting this evening. So the honourable gentleman is quite far off the mark. The number of passengers on our railways doubled in the 25 years after services were returned to the private sector, after half a century of decline. And we support the vital role of open access operators, always giving passengers brand new routes to cheap, affordable fares, often with direct services to London. Direct services that honourable member for Rochdale actually called for recently, but will no longer be available, I don't think, under the new system. Such as a direct line for Cleethorpes to London that my honourable friend, the member for Briggate and Immingham, has long campaigned for and I visited a week ago. We back a joined-up approach that places passengers and taxpayers at the heart of our railway. We recognise that fragmentation held our railway back and have long championed partnership with private sector involved, driving innovation and growth. That's why we did the Shapps-Williams review. Yeah. What the Secretary of State has brought forward is not a coherent model at all. It is something altogether different, and something that ought to trouble members right across the House. Madam Deputy Speaker, her bill ignores the evidence, the experts, the fervent cries of freight. The growth has to be at the forefront of any rail reform. Instead, in keeping with the worst traditions of the 1970s, her bill has a return to state control throughout it, not growth in passenger numbers that would reduce taxpayer subsidy. Otherwise, why is it not on the front of the bill? Not growth in competition that would bring down prices for passengers, not growth of freight, more lorries off our roads, and growth of new routes to serve the length and breadth of the country. Nowhere on the face of her bill is there actually a target for passenger growth. It's a bill that actively works against open access, which, if the Secretary of State gets her way, will be left wholly and deliberately vulnerable. I give the way to the honourable lady.
The Shadow Minister for giving way. And one area that we can all agree that we want to see in passenger growth is those with disabilities and those that find steps incredibly difficult. So I wonder whether the Shadow Minister could answer. On the 24th of May 2024, the previous government announced 50 stations would benefit from step-free access, including my local station at Leagrave. But the funding never existed. How is it that the Shadow Minister can criticise our plans when he made promises of these funds that never existed?
Well, I think the last government actually did a huge amount to improve access to stations right across the country, and obviously I'd like to see more of that happen right across the country. And I'll give way to my honourable friend, I think, on a similar point.
To the Shadow Secretary giving way, whether it's in the private sector or the public sector, whether it was the last government or this government, and by the way, the current government being in power, 18 months, so I think all of that is wearing a bit thin. For passengers, in particular disabled passengers, they just want a railway that works to agree with the Secretary of State. So on step-free access, does my right honourable friend agree that more needs to be done, but there is very little at the moment in this bill that would suggest that more is going to be done, particularly in rural stations such as Cosford or Shifnal or Brighton in Shropshire. And if it can't be done in every station, and there is no money to do it in every station, there at least needs to be step-free access and improved disability access somewhere along inter-county railway lines.
totally agree with my right honourable friend on that issue. I'd also say that I think the point he made earlier in the debate was also an important one, that people want to see through train runnings, because there is nothing which benefits disabled passengers more than the through train services, such as from his constituency, which would potentially be available with open access. Now, that's something which I believe that the Department of Transport, on the service that he mentioned earlier on, opposed. Now, if the Transport Secretary can correct me if she wishes, but I think it's come to something when this government is actively working against new routes across the country. It's a bill that actively works against open access, which, if the Secretary of State gets her way, will be left wholly and, I suspect, deliberately vulnerable. GBR is mimicking some statist salami-style tactic that will cut by slice until open access is dead. But above all, this is a bill that does not put passengers or taxpayers first. A passenger council, which is a far cry from what the Right Honourable Lady for Sheffield Heeley ever envisaged, watered down beyond recognition. What remains is no watchdog at all, a dog with no teeth, no enforcement powers, a dog that can barely bite. Even in the government's own fact sheet, this so-called watchdog is confined to advising and reporting. GBR must listen, but nowhere does it have to comply. This is not accountability, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is blatant window dressing behind triple glazing. For it is, if it's not to be toothless, then there would have to be standards. Standards that GBR would be expected to adhere to. So I ask the Right Honourable Lady, where are the rigorous performance standards, the KPIs for the network, that parliamentary question after parliamentary question she and her ministers have promised will be released? She has taken operators into state control, but refuses to set out by which standards they should be judged. Does she have no standards, or perhaps it's because she would rather let performance slip and then claim credit for any tiny improvement she can spin down the line? Instead, we must contend with insufficient protections for things like ticket retailers, so passengers who use apps like Trainline, incredibly popular, TrainPal or Uber, will no doubt have to pay more for a shoddier service as the government pushes these growing businesses to the brink as it is today. From out of these depths, one inescapable conclusion emerges. The only people who will benefit from this bill aren't passengers, nor are they taxpayers, but her union paymasters who stand to cash in with no commitments to modernisation, no commitments to increase efficiency, no commitments to abolish outdated working practices. Every possible incentive for increasing efficiency has been ignored or abandoned on the altar of ideology. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank you for giving way. He talks about modernisation. He talks about his concerns about the government's approach. In 2017, SWR spent £1 billion on new trains to serve my constituents on the Reading to Waterloo train line. Those trains sat in sidings, and it wasn't until SWR were brought back into public ownership that we have seen the quadrupling of those arterial trains now rolling out. That is the real demonstrable benefit of this government's approach. Does he not agree that the model he proposes that we go back to failed, and there is no clearer sign of that failing than those trains sitting in sidings?
The honourable gentleman, along with clearly some of his colleagues, haven't been listening to what I've been saying, because actually we put forward the Shapps-Williams review in order to deliver a new concessionary model. But and that's exactly some of that funding that he talks about was delivered through modernisation. It was delivered under the last government. Let's be clear about it. What's actually happening on SWR for his constituents under this government they are seeing greater delays right across the network, and they're seeing it month after month after month, despite the promises of the Secretary of State. Anyway, with such a flagrant disregard for taxpayers' money and an ain't-bothered approach to passenger welfare, I had hoped that the Secretary of State would have ensured that this bill contained the necessary safeguards, guardrails perhaps, a strong regulator with a statutory authority to intervene and set things straight. Are we going to have such a regulator? Oh, but we dare to dream. If the honourable member wishes to intervene, why does he stand up? Today, operators propose Today, operators propose, and the Office of Road and Rail decides. But under this bill, GBR will propose, and GBR will decide. We find ourselves in the most bizarre position of all. The Office of Road and Rail handing over its powers on deciding track access, deciding access charges to GBR, the very entity that has the most to gain by acting in its own self-interest. And that self-interest in this bill is allowed to be unfettered and unperturbed by by any genuine oversight. So who, can I ask, the Secretary of State will be in charge of the railways in this new thrilling world of state control? Because according to the responses I've received to parliamentary questions, we're still not clear. Rail fares apparently will be decided by ministers at the Department of Transport. Automation of train technology will be, according to the WPQs I've received, the government's collective responsibility. Working arrangements with unions will be managed by individual local train operators, and the guiding mind of it all will be GBR. This is not, as the Secretary of State and her ministers have claimed, how any organisation ought to be run. It is an organisational mishmash, rudderless, directionless, and it will not serve passengers. It won't serve freight, and it certainly won't serve taxpayers. Certainty, supposedly guaranteed to freight, industry and manufacturing, is entirely absent. In its place, we have the misfortune of a funding mechanisms that can be changed and amended at any time without any oversight whatsoever. We have a duty to freight, which, although which is clearly an afterthought, it is obviously welcome. But once a reality kicks in, the GBR's overlordship of the process and of access, pricing and timetabling will leave freight operators permanently in the lurch. We have conflict of interest after conflict of interest permeating this bill, with about as much credibility as her promise a couple of weeks ago that this government had no plans to introduce paper mile on our roads. I wonder if the Right Honourable Lady has corrected Hansard yet. We desperately need an indication of purpose. What is it for? Who is it all for? Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's pretty clear that we want to see passengers put first, with a reliable, safe and accessible journeys that provide value for money. Open access routes protected, including those serving Hull, championed by the members for Hull East and Hull West and Halton Price, and those serving Doncaster, with the members for Doncaster North, Doncaster Central, Doncaster East and the Isle of Axholme, know their constituents really depend on. Oversight must be accompanied by actual enforcement, and passengers and taxpayers must be at the forefront of the bill, which they are currently not. I will happily give way.
I'm very grateful to the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way, and he's talking about passengers being at the heart of this. And he raised earlier the issues of watchdogs and dogs not having teeth. As a veterinary surgeon, I'm very conscious of a subset of dogs that we need to think about in this in terms of passenger access. Does he agree with me that people need to work together to actually make sure that people with assistance dogs and guide dogs have good access onto this railway? So in terms of modernisation and access, we need to keep these people in our mind.
They're trying to shut him down.
I totally agree with my honourable friend, and it's quite clear that when it comes to modernisation and access and new trains, that's exactly what we want to see delivered, and there's no mention of it in this legislation. This is why we've tabled our reasonable amendment today, because a bill with no independent regulator, no protection for competition, nor for taxpayers' money, nor a passenger growth duty, and no credible enforcement cannot command the support of this side of the House. For the Secretary of State, throughout this murky and blinkered process, she has shown that she does not have the will to make sensible changes. Like the Prime Minister and Chancellor, the Right Honourable Member for Leicester West, she hasn't got the guts to face down her backbenchers who call for greater state control right across the system. She won't strengthen the bill, she won't restore independence, she won't protect open access, embed growth or put passengers first. Instead, she presses on, convinced that centralising power will somehow solve the very problems centralisation always creates. But let there be no shadow of a doubt, when, as it is inevitable, things go wrong, leaving passengers without recourse or redress, she and she alone will face the consequences. She will own the cancellations, the overcrowding, the endless complaints about no internet signal, the strikes, the rising taxpayer subsidy, and the fateful day when passengers learn she can no longer afford to use taxpayers' money to prop up her much-vaunted fares. Madam Deputy Speaker, we on these benches will fight to deliver a railway that works for passengers, for taxpayers, for freight and for the future. And we will not sit idly by and allow this government to turn GBR into judge, jury and executioner on the network it alone controls. And I hope the members from other benches will support our calls here and in another place over the coming weeks and months.
Outstanding. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. Navendi Mishra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to refer the House to my register of interest, in particular donations from trade unions to my constituency Labour Party, of which I'm proud of. This landmark legislation will finally address the imbalance in this sector The taxpayer has, since Ms Thatcher's privatisation of the railways, been funding the huge cost of the infrastructure, where private operators and shareholders have benefited by taking all the profits. For too long, companies have been cashing in while passengers pay the price with poor service. It's time to put passengers first and profits secondary. I have raised this a number of times with the Secretary of State, Madam Deputy Speaker, but Reddish South Station in my constituency has one train a week. It is simply unacceptable. Friends of Reddish South Station, who I've met a number of times, have been campaigning for proper passenger rail services at the station for many, many years, and I hope that with GBR, proper rail services will be restored to Reddish South Station. In the latest reporting period, Reddish South recorded 102 passengers in an entire year. The recent increase in housing around Reddish South and the changes in Reddish over recent years mean that we need proper rail services, proper connectivity. I also want to make reference to step-free access because sadly 3 out of 5 train stations in my constituency, Brillington, Heaton Chapel and Reddish South, do not have step-free access, and I want to see the step-free access scheme, Access for All scheme, to be increased in size. Unfortunately, the Access for All scheme is very slow, and the rollout tends to be sort of a system where you have to apply for funding. Accessibility of the North's rail stations is poor, with less than half of all stations having step-free access. While some stations in the North have benefited from Access for All, progress has been slow, with an average of only 3 stations per year in the North benefiting from step-free access. In response, the North's mayors and political leaders have been pressing for devolution in terms of the Access for All funding to mayoral strategic authorities to ensure that decisions are prioritised locally and taken locally in terms of local stations. It is simply unacceptable that disabled people, people with mobility issues, people with health conditions are sort of not encouraged to use the railways more because of the issues with step-free access. I also want to pay tribute to Nathaniel Yates, who's a local campaigner, a young person who's been campaigning for step-free access for a long time. And I know in the recent visit by the Rail Minister to my constituency, Nathaniel was able to say hello to him. I also think that Stockport Station, which is one of the 5 stations in my constituency, it recorded over 4 million entries and exits in the latest reporting period. The passenger assist scheme is not staffed adequately. Avanti are responsible for staffing at my station, at Stockport Station, and a number of other staff members and passengers have told me that the coverage is simply not good enough. Davenport Station is not in my constituency, it comes under my neighbouring constituency, but I also want to see step-free access there because a lot of people from my constituency use Davenport Station, and I know local councillors Wendy Wild, Paul Wright and Dickie Davis have been campaigning for a long while for step-free access at that station. Sunday services continue to be a significant issue in terms of Northern Rail. Friends of Heaton Chapel Station, I've met them twice in recent weeks, and a number of passengers and members of the group tell me that Sunday services at Northern are simply not good enough. Northern is also failing to staff ticket offices adequately, in particular Brillington in my patch. I've raised it with them in October, it's December now, it still doesn't seem to be staffed adequately. The ticket office needs to be staffed properly. Can I also make a reference? I have raised this previously in the House, but funding for British Transport Police is quite concerning. We had that sad attack in Huntingdon, and can I pay tribute to the rail workers and passengers on that train? But the coverage for British Transport Police isn't good enough. It needs more funding. Staff at Stockport Station frequently tell me about the low presence of BTP officers, and I met with them recently on 20th of November in terms of British Transport Police. Unfortunately, crime is up 5.4%, antisocial behaviour incidents are up by 9%, violent offences are up by 14%. BTP is facing an £8.5 million shortfall for the next financial year, receiving just 4.6% uplift against the force's 9.8% request. I have very limited time, so I'll just finish on the point of rolling stock companies. One aspect of a large-scale profiteering on the railways is the rolling stock companies. These firms typically pay in excess of £200 million per annum in dividends, and Office of Rail and Road data tells us that they paid out £275 million last year. So I'd like to see more work on that as well. Thank you for allowing me to contribute, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Ollie Glover. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to start by thanking those who have put so much work into this bill, which has had a very long gestation with its roots in the May 2018 multiple timetable change meltdowns across the network. And certainly both they and the government are right to recognise that change is needed for our railways, and that should be our starting point. So, starting with those reasons why we need to change it. Unfortunately, the 1994 Railways Act framework introduced by the Conservative government of that era has certainly been full of problems. And previous Conservative governments have presided over above-inflation fare increases, overcrowded trains, and frankly baffling and incomprehensible totally baffling contract extensions awarded to failing train operators such as Cross Country and Avanti West Coast. I think we can all agree in this House that the current structure and system is not putting passengers or freight users first, but we should also recognise that central government meddling and interference has increased since the pandemic and is at the heart of some of our problems, more of which anon. Let's start with what's good about the bill. It is certainly an honest and serious attempt to simplify the current convoluted industry structure and processes. It is quite right to focus on the need for accessibility improvements. And it is welcome that it introduces the idea of a long-term rail strategy, although the usefulness of that will depend on how long-term is defined. And the creation of a passenger standards authority to build on the work of Transport Focus is welcome in making sure that the passenger really is put first.
Would you give way?
I'm happy to give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. I wonder if you'd agree with me that in constituencies like North Shropshire, where access to the railway is very, very poor indeed, initiatives like step-free access, for example, at Whitchurch Station, and connecting Oswestry to the line at Gabowen, because Oswestry is the second largest town in Shropshire and has no rail connection. Those types of opportunities really need to be taken in this bill, because otherwise many, many people will fail to recognise the benefits of hopefully improving the rail system.
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and she is quite right to point out that some of our more sparsely populated parts of our country have been neglected in terms of the rail offer, and it is important that the spending recognises that and doesn't just follow large towns or indeed large cities or indeed intercity routes. I give way to my honourable friend.
Surely improving our railway should also include a very ambitious way of making our public transport cleaner and greener, but in Bath, dirty diesel trains are still running through the city. Surely one of the first steps should be an ambitious electrification plan, reversing, addressing years and years of failure of the previous Conservative government.
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention. I shall have to ask my office to initiate an investigation into the leak of my speech, because I will go on to say why we do indeed need a rolling electrification programme, and that is something that has been missing from governments of all colours hitherto. Nevertheless, on these benches, we have some concerns about the bill in its current form. First of all, though, we certainly welcome the government's recent embrace of a 7-year Lib Dem call for a rail fares freeze. That is something that is very welcome. But it would entirely be wrong to suggest, and to be fair, the Secretary of State has not yet done so, that GBR is needed for such things. This is all about influence and persuasion with Treasury and making sure that we make coherent choices about fares and the cost of motoring so that we encourage the transport choices we wish to see. The legislation as drafted will not in and of itself bring better value for money for customers in the form of affordability, reliability and improved access to the network. It's not just me who thinks so. The Secretary of State herself stated in May of this year that she could not promise lower fares under renationalisation. My biggest concern is that GBR currently sounds like a railways version of NHS England, something that the government itself has decided to abolish, rather than something given real autonomy, built following a clear vision and long-term plan for the industry, and an organisation that is likely to create customer focus and commercial flair. That is what our railways really need. What they don't need is even more state control and micromanagement, which to date has not produced good outcomes. And the capacity duty for GBR laid out in the bill is the biggest concern here, because in just 3 short paragraphs it sets out a very broad and draconian basis for rejecting applications to access the network that are not GBR. But let me give some examples of how state control and micromanagement has hurt us up to today. It was the Department for Transport, not any failing train operator, which specified the intercity trains currently in service with LNER and GWR, which, as I'm sure the Secretary of State will know from her own travels, have been replete with problems and concerns about suboptimal internal comfort and design. And indeed, there's current significant rolling stock shortages as a result of problems with those trains that GWR is facing, but they were confounded by a DfT decision to withdraw HST rolling stock from the West Country after the pandemic without a replacement, which leads to frequent overcrowding on trains serving my Oxfordshire constituency of Didcot and Wantage, partly because 5-car intercity trains designed for things like London to Bristol and London to Penzance currently operating stopping services in Devon and Cornwall. It was a Department for Transport decision to appoint Chiltern Railways to operate East West Rail Phase 1 between Oxford and Milton Keynes. And still, we have no passenger services running on that line more than a year after the new railway is ready. And we've had 20 years of Department for Transport specified timetables, with relatively little improvement to connections between trains and non-London journey times. When I used to work at Southern, the timetable specification document given to us by the Department for Transport had 200 pages of detail as to exactly what they should be following. There's a real lack of clarity on how open access passenger and freight will be effectively regulated and protected in the new structure. That is especially important for freight, which the government has decided not to nationalise. There is no requirement set in the bill to create a target for passenger growth, which may suggest a lack of ambition. The bill is very vague about criteria for calculating things like network access charges. Now, the bill gives GBR the powers to give discounted track access charges or elevated ones, but it is currently totally unclear as to what criteria will be applied in doing that, and it's also unclear how the ORR will be able to effectively police and enforce that given its reduced powers. And the bill seems to imply that appeals against GBR access decisions will require judicial review level criteria, making them very inaccessible to most parties that may wish to make those challenges. Now, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, we hope that some of these concerns will be able to be addressed via further scrutiny on the Bill Committee, should in the miraculous event that this bill pass later today. We hope with an open-minded approach from the government that we would be able to set a specific time definition for long-term rail strategy. We on these benches feel should be 30 years rather than a shorter period such as 10 or 15. We hope to see a clearer definition and bounds for the many references to the Secretary of State's override powers in the bill, and greater ambition for both freight and passenger growth. And we need more recognition of the importance of competition and open access for both freight and long-distance passenger. Rail freight remains in the private sector and therefore needs those protections given the clear government preference for state ownership and operation. Open access has driven up ridership and customer satisfaction on the East Coast Main Line and is now at risk. And the real question for the government is, would something as innovative as Hull Trains, which has transformed the intercity passenger offer between Hull and London, would that be even possible to happen under GBR? We desperately need competition on the West Coast Main Line given outrageous Avanti West Coast fares and performance. And there's no guarantee that when Avanti returns to the public sector that those fares will come down. There are many positive examples of private sector tendering an operation from elsewhere, particularly on the Spanish high-speed network, now on the original LGV Sud-Est in France, which is the busiest high-speed line in Europe, and French and German operating contracts procured by regional governments. We need an even stronger, louder passenger voice on the Passenger Standards Authority. Welcome, there it is. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, what would the Lib Dems do instead or in addition? And the key, well, no, I'm going to address that in case anybody does accuse us of being negative without articulating our positive vision. We need to make sure that this bill, or whatever follows, needs to address the real problems on our network, as well as some of the structural things it intends to do. Successive governments have failed to set out a clear and long-term vision and set of objectives for the railway covering passenger and freight growth, customer satisfaction and punctuality. And they have failed to accompany that with a long-term funding settlement and infrastructure plan, which should include incentives and rewards to contractors and suppliers for hitting quality, time and cost objectives for enhancements to the network. These should be based on a vision for regional and national timetables designed around convenient and reliable connections between trains at well-designed major interchange stations, as is the case in Switzerland. The bill should also limit future fares increases to no more than the rate of inflation, dealing with the arbitrary approach up to now. And we need value for money and quality guarantees for passengers given those high fares. In particular, for my Oxfordshire constituency, this bill does not guarantee that we will get the improvements we really want to see, such as electrification between Didcot and Oxford. The equivalent bit of railway to Cambridge was electrified in 1986 under that hardly famously well-known pro-rail Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. We need a clear long-term rolling programme programme for rolling stock, accessibility improvements at stations, including Cholsey, and new stations, such as that serving Grove and Wantage I'm desperate to see for my constituents. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank him for giving way. I'm listening really carefully to all of his recommendations. Many of them sound wonderful. I also suspect that they come with somewhat of a price tag. So I just was hoping that he'd get onto the bit of his speech where he sets out what he would do to fund those investments.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, although he might find that the bill is rather lacking on how future rail improvements are going to be funded as well. But he is right in the sense we need to get costs down, and that is why a rolling programme for electrification, new stations, rolling stock, etc., will get costs down. It's not just me who thinks so. The former Chief Executive of Network Rail, Andrew Haynes, said in testimony to the Transport Select Committee that the evidence is incontrovertible, his word not mine, that a rolling programme of electrification would reduce costs. I certainly agree with the honourable member for Camborne and Redroof that we need a greater voice, not just for combined authorities, but local authorities. Only with these changes, Madam Deputy Speaker, will we see a railway that is innovative, ambitious and aligned with the needs of our economy, passengers and freight end users. For now, despite the bill's good intentions, it needs further work before it can move forward. So therefore, with some sadness, we on these benches cannot support it.
Chair of the Select Committee, Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's interesting, following the member for Didcot and Wantage, I'm still trying to work out what the Lib Dem bill would include that this one doesn't. I welcome this bill, universally agreed as long needed. It's the essential next step in ensuring rail in Britain is more unified and delivers a rail system that is to be reliable, safe and provides value for money, for passengers and for the taxpayer. From the 1993 Railways Act, this led to 30 years of a poor deal for passengers, other customers and taxpayers, 17 different organisations providing track and trains, multiple fare options and prices, hundreds of staff employed to attribute the cost of delays, staff shortages, no single voice to address individual systemic failures of service, yet a workforce that is universally committed to delivering high-quality service to the passengers and to the customers. I particularly welcome that the long-term rail strategy will be issued by the Secretary of State, setting out objectives for railways for the next 30 years, setting out the direction of travel for rail. This will please so many stakeholders, particularly investors in rail, but also mayoral authorities and, in fact, all those who work in and use rail too. I welcome that Clause 18 of the bill includes duties on GBR to promote the interests of users and potential users of the railway, which includes and specifically includes disabled passengers, and to run the railway in the public interest, i.e. to meet social, economic and environmental objectives. And Clause 18 has a series of significant clauses for GBR to promote the use of rail freight. But whilst Clause 17 requires the Secretary of State for Transport to set out a target for the growth in rail freight, there's no such target for the growth in passenger demands in this bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, my committee launched an inquiry on this bill on November the 5th, the same day as the bill was published, and we're particularly focusing on three core aims of the reform: improving rail travel for passengers, network access and devolution. We've published the evidence we've received so far and the oral evidence taken on the 26th of November. Both are tagged to this debate in the order paper. Firstly, on the passenger experience, this issue is central to all our constituents who travel by rail or would if it was more accessible, reliable or cheaper. The passenger watchdog is a new voice providing advocacy and advice, sharing best practice and providing alternative dispute resolution. It's specifically, as in Clause 36, going to have a duty to have particular regard to the interests and needs of disabled passengers. It'll set standards on how travel information is provided, including when there's a disruption. It'll handle complaints and delay compensation and requires operators to make services accessible. These powers will, in London and on Eurostar, will be covered by an expanded London Travel Watch. But on the detail of enforcement powers, clauses 42 to 47 give the passenger watchdog powers to receive complaints. And that is helpful. But I have a couple of questions for the Secretary of State. Will the Passengers Council be sufficiently independent, powerful and resourced to challenge GBR to deliver meaningful change if needed? What will the governance relationship be between the watchdog, the ORR and the Rail Ombudsman? And what remedy will passengers have if the passenger watchdog's recommendations are not adopted? Who will appoint members of the council, the chair, and will passenger groups and disabled people be represented on the board? On accessibility, this is in particular interest for Transport Committee following the publication of our report Access Denied in February. I welcome that Clause 18 includes the explicit needs of disabled passengers as a general duty, but it's only one of 6 duties that have to be balanced. So what guidance is going to be provided to GBR to balance these needs against each other to ensure disabled people aren't going to lose out yet again? So the wording in Clause 18 on accessibility could be said to be slightly objective. So what safeguards are there from a future Secretary of State cutting costs, altering, diluting or even removing accessibility requirements? On fares and ticketing, again, we welcome a unified system. On network access, there's slightly less clarity over the future role of passenger open access. If the government does want to end open access for passengers, do they have a plan for retaining the benefits of open access, such as filling gaps, opening up new routes and promoting price competition? On freight, how will the targets be aligned? I certainly will.
Does the honourable member agree that there's a danger also here of a conflict of interests? At present, the ORR, an independent body, holds the power to grant track access rights. Under this bill, these powers will transfer to GBR, while the ORR's role is watered down. If GBR is able to block applications, they become judge and jury. Open access operators like GoOp may struggle to get the access rights they need to run new services, including through Melksham.
There are some questions about the relationship between the Secretary of State, GBR and the ORR and also the passenger watchdog, which we will certainly pursue, and so I'm sure will others. So I just want to get on to devolution. Devolution is central to the government's vision, so I welcome that Scottish and Welsh governments and elected mayors will have greater control of their area. Though will there be an oversight role so that local decisions don't conflict with national priorities, such as in providing access to rail freight? In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I really welcome this bill. Unlike the 2 opposition amendments laid today, this bill will work if it relieves the Secretary of State from day-to-day operational decisions and let those who understand the rail system get on with delivering for the benefit of passengers, for the economy and for the environment.
Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I support some of the aims and intentions behind this bill, and on listening to the Secretary of State opening, I certainly agree with the reasons why she's doing it. It's just that I don't believe what she's doing will deliver what she says it will. Yeah. Some of the key parts of this bill are taken from the previous Conservative government's plans in 2023 that didn't, in the end, get realised due to the change of government at the election. And that is uniting rail and track. Now, it's not inevitable that that can only be done by nationalisation. Indeed, the detailed plans of the last government would have seen that done under a concessionary scheme. Not ideology, but pragmatism, using the state and the private sector to deliver better railways. A model very similar to TfL, designed by Labour and run by Labour in London. It's unfathomable why the government will not look at that sort of pragmatic scheme for the rest of the UK in this bill. And I suspect, Madam Deputy Speaker, the only answer is the inevitable one offered by the Shadow Secretary of State, that it's a matter of ideology to satisfy union paymasters and to satisfy the backbenches. That is the backbenches that fundamentally run this government, the backbenches that vetoed this government's attempts to do something about cutting the welfare bill last summer, and ultimately vetoed those plans such that the budget 2 weeks ago increased more taxes for more welfare. It is about a payoff, Madam Deputy Speaker, which is politically prudent for the Secretary of State and the government, but bad for passengers. I did some market research earlier today. I travelled on a publicly owned service, on a publicly owned track from Portsmouth Harbour to London Waterloo, and it was delayed for signal failure. In fact, I do market research on that route quite often. The track has been in the public sector for over a decade, and signal failure continues to be the most common reason for delaying that train. Not historically the privately delivered train company, but the publicly owned track. There is nothing inevitable about nationalisation leading to improved services, and without any guarantees in this bill that prices will be held down long term, or that services will improve and more passengers will travel by rail, then it is simply a matter of faith and belief in nationalisation that drives it. I will give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For my constituents in Bexley and Crayford, South Eastern was nationalised under the previous government, remains nationalised under this government. But by bringing it together this year with Network Rail into one organisation, we've seen the best customer satisfaction and journey times you could see. They are at the forefront of this programme, so would the Honourable Member agree that the proof is in those statistics that South Eastern are currently showing?
He wasn't listening to what I said at the beginning, which is I absolutely believe in uniting the trains and the track, a plan from 2023 by the previous Conservative government. And I suspect if he is right about the improvements in his part of the world, that is the reason. Not nationalisation, but bringing the two together under similar decision-making processes. Now, the Secretary of State opened also by saying she wants a railway system that is greater than the sum of its parts. I agree. If she were to get on a train from Shanklin on the Isle of Wight and buy a national rail ticket there and travel through to London Waterloo or Guildford, she would, like me, use a ferry service that connects that railway. Fares are not being frozen for that part of the rail route because the Secretary of State has no powers to do it and is not creating any powers to do so. So, in fact, the cost of rail travel from Sandown or Shanklin or Ryde on the Isle of Wight through to Guildford or to Waterloo, fares will go up if ferry companies, unregulated, put their fares up. The Secretary of State has doing nothing to deal with the sum of that railway part for people who live in my constituency. In fact, worse, the government is extending the ETS levy to Solent travel, meaning that Whitelink, for example, when it connects the railways, the ferry company, says it will now be paying £1 million a year in extra charges because of that tax, because of that levy extended to it. So while the government talks about freezing fares for mainland rail travellers, it is in fact putting up the costs for Isle of Wight train travellers. And the ETS, the use of fossil fuels cannot be avoided crossing the Solent because there isn't the electric grid capacity on the mainland ports or on the Isle of Wight ports in order to allow the ferry companies to go fully electrics like the train. And that grid capacity won't be there until the mid-2030s. So this is a cost the government knows it's putting on Isle of Wight rail and road users, but it's exempted Scottish ferry companies because it says that those are a lifeline service. Well, Isle of Wight ferries are every bit a lifeline service, for my constituents to access education, NHS, friends and family, and all the things that everyone else enjoys.
Steve Reyes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to start by thanking my right honourable friend, the member for Swindon South, for work on this vital legislation, which will bring the railways back together into one cohesive system, which should allow better planning to utilise capacity and increase passenger satisfaction. I'm pleased to see this Labour government making good on its manifesto commitment to take back our railways into public ownership and to establish Great British Railways, something that people in the great railway city such as Exeter have long called for after years of decay under the Tory government. Putting passengers at the heart of every part of the rail industry was a promise that I and many of our colleagues here today ran on in last year's election, one that I'm proud to see coming to fruition. Since I was elected, I've been proud to see Exeter continue to grow in size and economic importance, one of the fastest growing cities in the country. Last year, our city was ranked 6th in the PwC Good Growth for Cities Index. From climate tech to scientific research, education, in Exeter we can see what good, equitable growth looks like, and public transport is a key driver of this. Indeed, Exeter and Devon folk are avid railway users. Our passenger numbers exceeded the pre-COVID peak long before many other cities. However, rail performance has often been poor under the current system, with all 3 major operators across the 2 main lines and the several branch lines being affected by long-term delays, cancellations and critical infrastructure that needs investment. At a time when residents in Exeter want more frequent and more reliable services, the opposite is being delivered under the current system. And as we want to continue to grow our economy and attract inward investment, a fast, reliable and regular train network is needed now more than ever. And so I very much hope that Great British Railways can be the organisation we need to take a better approach to operating our railways in the interests of passengers. If we are to deliver the sustainable economic growth that Exeter and Devon needs and can deliver upon, I also welcome that Great British Railways will have the mandate to have a whole system view of investment and will be able to judge where delivery will have significant impact. In Exeter and Devon, this should include backing the Devon Metro proposal, increasing services into and out of Exeter to 1 every 15 minutes on our lines by implementing passing loops on the South Western line and improving the signalling on the Barnstable line to increase capacity and reliability. This will also further enable a modal shift in Exeter and our growing hinterland, incentivising people out of our cars and reducing some of the chronic traffic problems that we experience. We also need to improve resilience of the line past Exeter to our great city neighbour of Plymouth and on into Cornwall, because while our famous main line is very scenic, it does occasionally fall into the sea or be buried by a landslide, as at Dawlish in 2014. Reopening a completed line between Exeter and Plymouth north of Dartmoor would add resilience to the network and would mean the peninsula is not cut off should Dawlish happen again. I also welcome the provisions to continue to allow open access operators on the network. The experience of the Lumo Edinburgh to London service and the Hull train service between Hull and London suggests that competition on the lines does indeed increase capacity and passenger numbers rather than cannibalise numbers from elsewhere. Further, devolution and local decision making are imperative to ensuring that regions like the South West are able to properly have a say over their own transport infrastructure, especially if we're able in Exeter and Devon to achieve the local government reorganisation and devolution that I believe will work for us. So I welcome the commitment to embed the relationship between GBR and strategic mayors into the functionality of the organisation. Look forward to exploring how this will work effectively. GBR should also, I believe, be a real powerhouse and a driver of innovation, seeking out new innovation through its procurement, but also allowing the free use of data to continue to enable startups to build businesses and to thrive in the wider ecosystem. I also look forward to hearing from ministers during this debate and beyond about their vision of how GBR will look and feel in reality. I think a nimble and strategic organisation with a defined mandate in partnership with the DfT will more likely to deliver for passengers than a rather larger sort of bureaucracy. And finally, I welcome the provisions on accountability in the bill. As the Secretary of State and ministers will know, I look forward to lobbying them and GBR continually on providing lifts at my St Thomas and Poleslow Bridge stations, as I do on many occasions. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to support this bill, and also, if I may say, dedicate my words here to the hard-working railwaymen of Exeter who set up our local party in the 1950s and who've played such significant roles as elected politicians in the development of my city and the county, and would be delighted by this return to a national railway system. Thank you.
Ian Room.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the government moves to create a publicly owned Great British Railways, I wanted to speak on behalf of several thousand rail passengers in my constituency of North Devon and what they have suffered in recent weeks. We all want to see a rail network that delivers a fantastic service, supports the economy and protects the environment. In 2026, the last thing we want to see is ever more cars crammed onto our roads. Last year, the North Devon Tarka line, which runs 39 miles through my constituency, and that of the Right Honourable Member for Central Devon, recorded a record 1 million journeys for the first time amongst the busiest branch lines anywhere in the South West. Figures from the Office of Road and Rail show footfall at Barnstable Station, which is used heavily by young people and college students, has skyrocketed by 63% since 2019, by far the biggest surge at any station in Devon and Cornwall. The Tarka line has again set new records for passenger numbers nearly every month this year, up to November, when that success came to a grinding halt. On 17th of November, heavy rain closed 3 bridges and seized all rail traffic between Barnstable and Exeter. Since then, our line has been shut 3 times. This past Friday afternoon, it was closed again due to signal faults, leaving hundreds of passengers stranded in Exeter. The operator was issuing fresh warnings of likely cancellations just yesterday afternoon. If you were to ask those passengers what needs to be in this bill, few would argue the merits of public versus private ownership. Instead, many in North Devon put up with immense overcrowding or worry that their train may not even turn up. Back in 2017, Network Rail committed £2.9 million to improvements on the North Devon line, but this is only a tiny fraction of the capital investment in other parts of the country, and there are now hundreds of thousands more passenger journeys relying on this infrastructure. Greater accountability to the public will be important for our railways. However, public ownership will be doomed to fail if the government does not use this window of opportunity and the extra powers in this bill to make lines in rural areas like mine more resilient for the future. I will give way.
I thank my honourable member for giving way. Too many rural railway stations are not accessible for disabled people. Without support staff, constituents in Yeovil have had serious accidents at railway stations. Does my honourable friend agree, while the government's accessibility priorities which have been debated today are welcome, what we need is a strengthened access for all programme?
I will agree with my honourable friend with disabled access is absolutely necessary at all stations, particularly in rural areas, and I know my honourable friend is a big advocate in Yeovil for promoting accessibility for those that are disabled and need it. As the network and the operator are brought together, we need joined-up planning for increased capacity and against bad weather. My party has supported freezing rail fares after years of price hikes, but for many of my constituents, it's no good buying a ticket for a train that is not running. So I want to urge the government to resist declaring victory once public ownership is achieved. This is only the first stop. The long-term planning will be the important part of this bill. We must give passengers in North Devon and many places like it good reason to have faith in their railway, and it will need more than a new flag painted on the side of a train. So I'd like to ask the Minister what he plans to do next to make rural railway lines like the Tarka line ready for the 2030s. Thank you.
I call Ben Goldsborough.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This Railways Bill gives us a chance to deliver the biggest reset in how we run our railways for a generation. By bringing operators and infrastructure together under a single guided mind, we will be able to make decisions faster, cut through duplication, and finally deliver improvements at a pace passengers expect. A unified system means clearer accountability, quicker upgrades, and railways designed for people who rely on it every day. And crucially, it means ticketing that people can actually understand. Simple, consistent and truly passenger focused. For communities like mine in South Norfolk, that matters enormously. One aspect of this bill that I very gratefully appreciate is around Clause 18 with accessibility for all. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wouldn't be doing my job properly as South Norfolk's MP if I didn't talk about Wymondham train station and its accessibility. Now, colleagues may know that Wymondham station code is WMD. In South Norfolk, that doesn't mean weapons of mass destruction. It actually stands for We Must Deliver. And in this case, we must deliver step-free access to Platform 2. Wymondham has waited 185 years since the station first opened without step-free access to the southbound platform. That means that if you're disabled, pushing a buggy or elderly with heavy luggage, you simply cannot catch the southbound train. Instead, you must travel all the way north to Norwich to wait, turn around and come back again. That's half an hour wasted and going completely the wrong direction. A modern railway worthy of a country cannot leave passengers behind like that. And so my first ask for the Minister today is to make sure that you please give the green light to step-free access improvements at Wymondham train station. With a single body overseeing both operators and track, there will finally be no excuse for this to be delayed any longer. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, while I'm speaking about rail in the east of England, I want to briefly highlight the long overdue upgrades to the Ely and Hawley junctions. Now, this is again important within this bill, and I would ask the government to go a little bit further on freight haulage within this bill as we go forward, because these improvements have been talked about for decades and are essential. They would unlock nearly 3,000 additional freight paths from Felixstowe, take 98,000 HGVs off the road, support 277,000 extra passenger journeys each year, reduce carbon emissions by 1.7 million tonnes over 60 years, and generate almost £5 for every £1 invested. Quite simply, this is infrastructure that pays for itself many times over. So my second ask to the Minister is please give the go-ahead to the Ely Area Capacity Enhancement Scheme and the Hawley Upgrade Scheme as well. The economic, environmental and connectivity benefits are too significant to ignore. Now, the Honourable Member, who's no longer in her place for Dwight-for Merioneth, raised a very important thing about heritage railways. Now, based in Wymondham, the Wymondham Abbey station is on the Mid-Norfolk Heritage Railway line. It's one of the longest heritage railway lines within the whole of the United Kingdom. I'd strongly ask the Minister as well to consider what we can do within this bill to ensure that safety aspects are maintained on these lines as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is about creating a rail system that works, one that is accountable, accessible and built around the needs of passengers. It will deliver improvements more quickly, support regional growth and ensure communities like mine are not left behind.
And with an immediate 4-minute time limit, Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I speak in both my capacity as a constituency member and also as chairman of the All-Party Rail Group. The All-Party Group did indeed submit some proposals to the Secretary of State on the changes that she's bringing forward. With these proposals deliver on improved rail freight and passenger services in my constituency or indeed across the network, there are lots of buts. Restructuring any industry can cause confusion and increase cost, and billions invested by the private companies will now disappear and have to be made up by the taxpayer. If we look back to the years before privatisation, when for much of the time the industry was in decline and desperate for additional resources, we could see a vision of the future. If the government are to achieve one of their key aims of economic growth, improved transport infrastructure and rail network that provides for the needs of the freight sector must be a priority. Ministers will have noted that the Rail Freight Group has suggested that the rail freight growth target of 75% by 2050 be put into law, and that discounts to encourage use of spare capacity be introduced. Section 17 of the bill does indeed state that the Secretary of State must set a target and keep it under review. Setting targets is easy, delivering is much more challenging. Businesses in my constituency stress the urgency of a new east-west freight corridor, and I'd like to hear the Minister's response to that when he sums up later this evening. rail freight is important, of course, but equally important is the passenger traffic. And there's nothing more parochial than the transport question time. The Minister will know that now he's going to take even more responsibility. That will become much more prevalent. And indeed, in my own constituency, I've been pressing for a direct rail service to be restored between Grimsby, Cleethorpes and King's Cross. And I've been campaigning for that since 2011. British Rail withdrew the service in 1992. Local industry and passenger groups are pushing for it. We've had endless possibilities. There was a Grand Central put forward an application to the rail regulator in 2015, which, had it stood alone, would have been accepted, but it was linked to extending services into North Yorkshire, and that would have taken revenue away from what was then the main franchise holder. We desperately need the service. It will link Hayborough and Barnaby stations in my constituency, which serve both Humberside Airport and the Port of Immingham. And it will then pass through my right honourable friends in Gainsborough's constituency at Market Raisin.
On that point,
yep.
I'm most grateful to my honourable friend. This line to London, this direct train, is absolutely vital. Grimsby and Cleethorpes is a huge conurbation. Much the biggest combination probably in the country not served by a direct train to London. We've been campaigning this for so long, and I call on the ministers now to just get moving on this. We don't need the bill, we need action on a direct train from Grimsby and Cleethorpes through Market Raisin and Lincoln to London to revive the whole area.
I thank the Father of the House for that intervention, and of course it is possible, although LNER operates 5 or 6 services at present to Lincoln, and it would be very easy to extend the extra 30-odd miles through to Grimsby and Cleethorpes. But there's also a possibility of an open access operator, and indeed Grand Central have got another application in which would provide a service from Cleethorpes through Scunthorpe and Doncaster to King's Cross. But of course the open access operators, judging by recent decisions, have cause for concern, as do those of us who want to see other lines improve as a result of competition. There's no doubt that the East Coast Main Line has greatly benefited from competition, as has been mentioned earlier, by Hull Trains and also by Grand Central. They provide services to provincial towns that have been without a direct service for many, many years. I'm returning to the demands of my own constituency. The Immingham area has 2 oil refineries, numerous power stations, petrochemicals, logistics. It is a vital hub for the renewable energy sector, and surely the Minister must recognise that if we are to further develop the area, direct services through to King's Cross are an absolutely vital link. The proposals are supported by the Hull and Humber Chamber of Commerce, by large businesses such as Phillips 66, and I can only urge the Minister to get on with it, give the OK. Under the new structure, he will be able to do that just by a signature. Get on with it.
Yeah, well spoken.
Andrew Ranger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the clear ambition for our railways and therefore for our nation that the Railways Bill brings. Rail is something that runs in my family's blood. My late granddad worked on the railways, first for LNWR and then British Rail in Crewe, one of the homes of rail and where I spent the early part of my childhood. As someone whose constituency sits on the border of North Wales and England, our train services are vital for many people across Wrexham. But for too long, as has been said already, they've simply had to accept that cancellations, delays and poor value for their money are just part of the deal. That is why it is right that this Labour government is already following the Welsh Labour government and taking our train services back into public ownership. Because we must be honest, privatisation has failed its users and they shouldn't have to put up with a too often substantial service and ever-increasing prices for any longer. It is important that, regardless of who oversees our railways, the passenger experience remains the #1 priority. And therefore it is right that this bill brings forward a simplified and unified ticket system, as we have heard already. And alongside this, the recently announced freezing of rail fares for the first time in 30 years. Likewise, the creation of the new passenger watchdog will ensure that Great British Rail will be held accountable in a way that private services never truly have been. A truly independent body and organisation that will ensure standards are met. The passenger watchdog will be able to investigate disputes, demand data and get them resolved. And also the changes to the decision-making process around track usage and infrastructure will move us away from a system that prioritises profits over passenger experience, with track access based on demand and social value, not just revenue and profits. Timetables designed in one place so different operators stop working at cross-purpose. Investment and engineering work coordinated to minimise disruption. Clear accountability when services fail, putting a stop to cases where popular routes are routinely packed or often not even able to be boarded. My constituency of Wrexham is a clear case study in the complexity of the current system. Sitting within the Mersey cross-border functional economy, where key rail assets for the rail network serving the local economy sit in both England and Wales. Chester Station is the gateway to North Wales, sitting on the junction of the North Wales Coast Main Line and the Marches Line. And Chester is key for North Wales and Wrexham for access to places like Liverpool, Manchester, Birmingham, London, multiple airports. Yet the Mersey economy is served by multiple network rail regions and train operators, all with competing interests. The cross-party Growth Track 360 group campaigns for rail investment to improve economic growth and productivity. So we welcome the investment in the Pagewood siding that will enable direct services between Wrexham and Liverpool. Meanwhile, a new station at Deeside will improve access from Wrexham and North Wales to the many jobs on the Deeside industrial estate. And that emphasis on integration and partnership working will help simplify the system and improve accountability and improving the transparency of decision making.
On that point, will my honourable friend give way?
I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's giving a very interesting speech. In my constituency, Chalkwell Station has been waiting an age for their access for all works to take place, which is now taking place. Both my train lines are now in public ownership and they're working closely with Network Rail. So does he agree with me that this integration is going to make this so much easier moving forward and quicker and slicker and easier for these projects to get going in the benefit of the commuters?
I thank you, my honourable friend, for that intervention, and I completely agree with that. It's going to be crucial to improving services for everybody as well. We have a renewed deal for Welsh customers as well. The inclusion of a Memorandum of Understanding means that there will be a shared understanding and shared objectives across funding, access and track integration. And crucially for Wrexham, an aligned cross-border framework for governance and funding, reflecting how crucial these services are to our local communities, economies and their ability to succeed. And alongside this, I'm delighted that there will be a dedicated business unit within Great British Rail that is both obligated and empowered to work with Transport for Wales to deliver the best possible offering. This shows that it doesn't need to be an either-or when it comes to working relationships with partners. With the right structures and the shared ambition we are already seeing in Wales, we've got 2/3 of journeys now on brand new trains, a 20% rise in passenger journeys, and the plan for Network North Wales delivering outcomes that genuinely put passengers first. And the legislation captures the full spirit of devolution. As we've already heard, it recognises not only devolved governments but mayoral authorities as well, and the duty to consult on the major decisions give local leaders the ability to shape what they know works best for their areas. Building on that success we've already seen through things like the B network and bus franchising in the Midlands and Mersey travel, and moving us that step closer to a fully integrated transport system across the country. And finally, I'd just like to reflect on the wider implications of what good rail means, particularly for our young people. It means opportunity and the chance for them to access experiences and chances that broaden horizons and career prospects that go on to make a huge difference in their lives and outcomes. So I look forward to following the bill as it progresses through the House and delivering for our constituents.
Sarah Dyke.
Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this debate. In the 1800s, Britain's railways unlocked growth and opportunity across the country, and a huge network grew until the beaching cuts closed roughly a third of the network in the 1960s. As a result, many rural communities lost their rail links, forcing reliance on buses and private cars, creating transport deserts. Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituency is home to only 2 railway stations, Templecombe in the south and Castle Carey in the east. This means many towns and villages are left unconnected to the 2 railway lines that run through the constituency. Langport had 2 railway stations, while Somerton had its own station until the beaching cuts. But like many rural towns, they have simply lost connectivity. But Glastonbury and Street, the 2 largest towns in the constituency, are both completely unconnected to the railway. There isn't even a direct or an integrated bus service available from Glastonbury to connect to the railway station.
Will my friend give way?
Of course I will.
I'm extremely to her giving way. She talks of accessibility. We cannot forget, of course, disabled people in that. If I might share a perverse peculiarity in Radley Station, near Oxford, considered a rural station, disabled people can go northbound, but not southbound because there isn't step-free access on it. How ridiculous is that? And is this bill not an opportunity to address some of those discrepancies?
I entirely agree with my honourable friend. It's absolutely essential that lifts are provided at train stations to provide that step-free access for people with mobility issues, pushchairs or luggage. Indeed, Madam Deputy Chair, Castle Carey Station is the official station of the Glastonbury Festival. So this could also include camping gear and tents, weather gear, plenty of it usually. During the Glastonbury Festival. But the Railways Bill must not just manage decline, Madam Deputy Chair, Speaker. It must also restore connectivity and patronage as well. That means auditing underserved communities and delivering integrated rail and public transport links where they have been lost. The Langport Transport Group have run a campaign to bring back a railway station to the area and put forward a strategic business outline case to the government in February 2022. This was met with Tory inaction for nearly 3 years. And then, sadly, the Restoring Your Railway Fund was dropped by this government. So the fund needed improving, not removing. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government have claimed that GBR will be responsive to both national and local ambitions, while long-term rail strategy aims to reduce regional and national inequality as one of its priorities. But more than half of small towns in the southwest are now transport deserts, and the Campaign for Better Transport's research shows that in Somerset, 14 out of 23 towns no longer have adequate public transport. More and more planning applications are being approved in South Somerset, so it's essential that GBR can expand the rail network to accommodate future growth and ensure rural communities are not left behind. Now, I'm pleased that the Liberal Democrat-run Somerset Council has committed to develop further plans to make the case for a new station in the Somerton and Langport area, as well as improving access and integration with the existing network. But the long-term rail strategy could include a network expansion plan that covers increased extent of the network. A new and upgraded stations should align with local transport and growth plans. I also believe the long-term rail strategy should focus on how to boost access to railway stations when local people cannot access them in their own town. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government pledged to release their integrated national transport strategy this year, but there's still no sight of it. There is an opportunity, therefore, to link the strategy with GBR to deliver truly integrated and accessible transport for people in rural areas, because rural areas should not be excluded from this opportunity anymore, and there's absolutely no reason why they should be either. So I also want to touch on some of the issues around soil moisture deficit, which has been a huge problem on some of the tracks in the West this year, but I will probably leave that for another time. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will wait to see how this legislation will deliver for constituents in Glastonbury and Somerton who have been left unconnected for far too long with an unreliable and infrequent service, and I will also look forward to scrutinising this bill as it progresses through the House, and I'm determined to ensure that it delivers for my constituents in Glastonbury and Somerton.
Yeah. Elsie Blundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Railways Bill before the House today will be vital to delivering on this government's promise to revive our country's railways and redefine what passengers should expect from their rail services. It is beyond doubt that the privatisation of the rail network has completely failed, and it is now the task of this Labour government to rebuild the confidence that has been lost. That's why I wholly welcome the coming establishment of Great British Railways, which will deliver coherence where there has been chaos and a sense of strategic direction where there has been lethargy. The best place for our country's rail network is in the hands of the public, and alongside a strengthened passenger watchdog, a new access regime and an enhanced role for our devolved authorities. I believe that GBR will show passengers that what has been previously is no longer the way it has to be. And it is on the final point, the role of mayoral strategic authorities, that I want to focus my remarks today. This bill is the obvious next step in advancing the devolution agenda by this government and elected mayors. I am proud of our accomplishments in Greater Manchester in this space, having already brought buses back under local control and built the UK's largest ever light rail network. The next step is for us to bring local rail services into the B network where they belong. It is therefore crucial that this bill is fully utilised and we explicitly formalise ties between strategic authorities, national government and GBR. I believe that there are three areas where we can and must provide our strategic authorities with more certainty through this landmark piece of legislation. First, we should consider the benefits of requiring GBR to go further than consulting with our authorities. If we are to truly give local people and their transport authorities a key role in shaping their own rail networks, we must recognise the merits of establishing a clear statutory role for mayors in commissioning rail services too, and ensuring that those leading GBR are plugged into the needs of our regions. This means utilising the talents and knowledge of those that make up our local transport authorities, and I would like to express my sincere thanks to Laura Shaw for her work across Shadow GBR in that regard, and I do hope that her role is a sign that GBR will continue to draw on these exceptional regional leaders. Secondly, we must address questions around funding certainty for our mayoral authorities and LTAs. We should ensure that GBR co-develops key functions, such as financial planning, in tandem with our mayoral authorities. By forging partnerships between GBR and our mayors on funding, I believe that we will see greater value for money in the long term, a return on investments and a sustained increase in passengers' confidence in the rail network. This could be done by agreeing statutory limits on mid-period funding reductions and working to align enhancement pipelines, planning horizons and industry funding cycles. Thirdly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe that the measures in this bill must ensure duties on GBR to align their decision-making with priorities of local transport plans. These plans, like the Greater Manchester Transport Strategy 2040, have a statutory basis and provide a long-term view of what it will take for rail to play a transformative and integrated role in our communities. I look forward to watching this bill progress and to further consideration being given to how GBR will work with our elected mayors and local transport authorities. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill encapsulates the ambition of this Labour government to undo a legacy of neglect that has left our rail network fractured and public trust eroded. Only this party is serious about tackling the deep-rooted challenges facing track and train, and now the onus is on us to ensure that GBR succeeds where successive governments and arm's-length bodies have failed. To get this right, Great British Rail must be aligned with the priorities of local people and those they elect to ensure that once again, rail is a driver of opportunity rather than a cap on ambition.
Wendy Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Great British Rail is not an entirely new concept. But what this government presents as a modernisation of our railways is, when you strip away the glossy language, a centralising piece of legislation that advances Labour's drive towards nationalisation. It risks creating a structure that is powerful, sprawling and unaccountable. In relation to Aldridge, in my constituency, we had secured funding to deliver a railway station under the former Mayor Andy Street. But residents were told after decades of waiting the project would finally go ahead. But the new Labour Mayor chose to withdraw the funding in favour of his own pet projects. Now, when questions are put to ministers, every answer points back to the combined authority, with the vague suggestion that if the region chooses it. Well, Aldridge and the WMCA did choose, the funding was in place, but Labour removed it. Nothing in this bill prevents such a unilateral political decision being made again. It gives no guarantee of transparency, no duty to consult affected communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very aware as a former rail minister that we on this side have long recognised that the old model needed updating. That's why in government we began the work of Great British Railways through the Williams-Shapps plan. They may laugh, but we set out the case for bringing track and train closer together, improving accountability and delivering a more unified passenger-focused system. We recognise the need for renewal of our railways grounded in practicality, not in politics. But what we have in front of us today is, oh no, it's something very different. This bill offers too little detail, too little accountability, and far too many unanswered questions. It replaces a pragmatic, balanced approach with an ideological blueprint for nationalisation. Passengers across the country deserve better. The bill promises integration, but it delivers centralisation. It speaks of clarity, yet it blurs responsibilities. Great British Railways will control timetables, fares, access decisions, infrastructure planning and data, a concentration of authority that should concern anyone who believes in genuine public accountability.
On that point?
Of course.
I thank my honourable friend for giving away. The East Coast Main Line has been a fantastic example of where privatisation has worked, because open access operators like Hull Trains, Lumo and Grand Central are competing with the franchisee, they're keeping prices down and they're keeping service levels up. Would you agree with me that this bill does nothing to protect those open access operators and a real danger that this centralised Soviet-style monolith will squeeze them out in due course?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and what is actually worse is that time after time I cannot get a straight answer out of the ministers on the benches opposite as to whether they will support open access or not. Now, at the same time, this bill weakens the independence of the ORR, and when a body that runs services is also shaping the rules under which those services are judged, again, this House should be deeply concerned. This bill puts competition and innovation at risk, alongside, as my honourable friend has highlighted, the future of open access, which is incredibly uncertain. A railway that cannot accommodate competition is a railway destined to stagnate. And there's also the unresolved question of how GBR will interact with the Department for Transport. The bill creates overlapping duties that risk friction and confusion. GBR will be required to consult, to produce strategies and to respond to ministerial direction, yet its operational independence is undefined. So I'd like to ask the Minister, will political priorities override operational judgment? Will GBR operate as an arm's length body or as an extension of the department? And how will we, as elected members, hold Great British Rail and ministers and mayors to account? Because under this bill, local decision-making is not stronger. Ministers may talk the talk about devolution, but the bill provides little evidence of it. Requiring GBR merely to have regard to local transport plans is a notably weak obligation. It does not require GBR to follow them. It offers no protection to communities such as Aldridge, where projects risk being simply cast aside when the political wind changes. If the government is serious about devolving power to local leaders, they must allow us, the elected members, to hold them to account. Madam Deputy Speaker, this House should not mistake this railway reorganisation for renewal, far from it. It simply rearranges structures without failing to address the issues that matter most to passengers. Cancelled trains, inconsistent performance, reduced competition and decisions made far away from the communities this that they affect. This is a bill that gives Labour more control, not passengers, better railways. It's not a credible plan for the future of our railways, and the government should think again.
Eccles.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a long-time supporter of our railways and rail workers, I'm proud to be speaking on a key manifesto commitment of this Labour government. This bill is about putting passengers, workers and the national interest back at the heart of our railways. For too long, a fragmented model has left the public with a patchwork of quilt of competing interests, tracks separated from train, timetables misaligned and confusing incentives. Great British Railways offers a once-in-a-generation opportunity to stitch the network back together, a single publicly owned guide in mind with a 30-year horizon, stability in planning and clarity in purpose. In 2023, I organised the country's biggest Save the Ticket Office campaign to save the ticket office at Stourbridge Junction, alongside local rail users and Stourbridge's favourite feline, George Station cat. I heard firsthand how much our communities value an accessible, staffed railway. Passengers are not abstractions, they are our neighbours, carers, shift workers, pensioners. They expect and deserve service, safety and support. The bill's promise will only be realised by the people who deliver it, our railway workers, our drivers, guards, signallers, engineers, station teams and cleaners. They are not a cost to be cut, they are an asset to be invested in. And I will happily give way.
Can I just declare my register of interest as Chair of the RT Parliamentary Group? There's no reference in the bill at the moment to staffing at all, who will be their employer, what will happen in their pensions, whether TUPE will apply on transfer itself, or whether their existing benefits will apply, or whether there'll be a mandate at levels of staffing on stations and elsewhere. It's an agenda for constructive engagement with the government. Does she agree that it's important the Minister gives that commitment when he winds up today?
I thank my right honourable friend for his valuable intervention. He makes a really important point that there is currently no mention of staff in the bill, and as I've said, there will be no Great British Railways without those staff and without all the protections that they need and assurances they need going forward. So I welcome the move to bring track and train together, but we must also bring the workforce together with clear pathways on employment, pensions, facilities and a strong voice for staff and their unions in governance. And when passengers say they want confidence and care on the network, what they are asking for is people, present, trained and empowered. So let us ensure that the transition to GBR provides clarity and security for staff, underwrites safe staffing levels on trains and at stations, and ends the false economy of fragmented outsourcing that undermines both service quality and value for money. And Madam Deputy Speaker, let's not forget that nothing moves without logistics, and rail freight is the green backbone of that system, moving goods predictably and efficiently with around 3/4 fewer emissions per tonne kilometre than road. The bill's statutory freight growth target is the right signal, but that signal must be backed up with a firm plan. We need safeguards so that GBR's capacity duty does not allow passenger services to squeeze freight off the network, and that means transparency, fair charging and protection of strategic freight corridors. And to unlock genuinely transformative growth, we must match governance with infrastructure. We need targeted electrification, including infill schemes on freight critical routes, which will cut costs, carbon and journey times. In some corridors, dozens of miles of electrification has already unlocked thousands of net tonne kilometres of cleaner freight every single day, and each additional electrically hauled train is congestion avoided, carbon reduced and reliability improved. And put simply, the freight target and electrification must work together. Now, for more than 3 decades, the leasing model has extracted hundreds of millions from the railway in dividends and charges, money that could and should be reinvested in the front line. And if we believe in long-term public stewardship, we should procure rolling stock directly where it delivers better value, using public finance to reduce lifetime costs, standardise fleets and support the UK supply chain. And let's be ambitious about green technologies. Electric traction is gold standard. Battery and hydrogen can play targeted roles. GBR should set a whole system rolling stock strategy, which is modern, modular and interoperable, as well as cleaner. So when we renew fleets, we do so with purpose rather than piecemeal leasing at a premium. Open access has sometimes brought welcome competition, but is also cherry-picked the most profitable flows, complicating timetables and undermining network planning. And in an integrated system, capacity should be allocated to maximise public value, not private extraction. Now, to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is about integration, not ideology, service, not shareholder return, backed by a long-term strategy, safeguards for freight, a workforce treated as an asset, and a modern plan for electrification, and building a railway that is cleaner, simpler, fairer and proudly public. If we do that, we will deliver a railway for Britain we can rely on, be proud of for the next 30 years.
Speaker, I'm looking forward to sitting on the Bill Committee, serving on the Bill Committee, because this bill is a long-awaited opportunity to reshape our rail network for the better, an opportunity to deliver real value, reliability and affordability for passengers across the whole of the country, but especially in underserved rural communities like West Dorset. I welcome key provisions like the commitment to long-term strategy, a more integrated approach to track and train, the retention of important regulatory role of the ORR, a strong focus on accessibility, the ambition to simplify a fragmented structure that has too long and too often pushed infrastructure and operations in different directions. My constituents repeatedly tell me that what they want is reliability and affordability above all, which is why we also welcome the freeze in rail fares long campaigned for by the Liberal Democrats that was announced in the budget. West Dorset's rural rail network, including the Salisbury to Exeter line, is crucial for our communities, yet its infrastructure remains outdated and fragile. The recommendations of the Connecting South West England report are clear: electrification, upgrading single-track sections, additional passing points such as the much-needed Tisbury Loop would dramatically improve reliability and capacity and reduce delays that plague the line today. Too often, rural lines are left with old, uncomfortable and unreliable trains.
Will my honourable friend give way?
Of course I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. You talk about unreliable service. I have the Thames Link and London North Western. I have Doreen, who's in her 80s, talked about cancellation after cancellation. In her mid-80s, she had to wait until past midnight. There's Katie, there's others, but for that, for those cancelled service, the value is awful. They have to pay £30 for a 30-minute return journey. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that we need to have we need to know from the government what mechanisms there are to hold operators accountable to make sure that passengers get the service that they pay for?
I 100% agree, and I very much hope that this bill will give us the opportunity to improve the levels of service that she's talking about. End-of-the-line stopping services should not be defined by graffiti, broken heating, limited seating and high fares. What we want is modern trains with reliable Wi-Fi, working toilets, clear visual and audio information systems for disabled passengers and safe, well-lit stations. Madam Deputy Speaker, if this bill delivers anything, I hope it will deliver the return of the buffet trolley. On rail journeys lasting over an hour, a guaranteed minimum level of food and drink provision should be a basic expectation of modern public transport. Whether it is a parent travelling with children, an older passenger managing a long trip, commuters trying to work on the move, or maybe a Member of Parliament hoping for a gin and tonic on the way home, access to refreshments are important. I would also like to see this GB rail bill support our climate commitments. That means accelerating electrification, expanding battery and hydrogen use where appropriate, setting clear standards for freight and passenger emissions. A long-term rail strategy must be transparent, regularly reviewed, subject to parliamentary scrutiny, and designed with future climate pressures in mind, including the modelling of environmental impacts such as the soil moisture deficit that has severely disrupted services in Dorset and has already been mentioned in this House. However, there are elements of this bill that cause concern. Many will rightly question whether Great British Railways, as it is currently proposed, risks becoming a rail version of NHS England, a large centralised body with limited agility, limited parliamentary accountability, and simply an opportunity for ministerial micromanagement. If the Secretary of State wants more power, accountability to Parliament must also increase alongside it. Passengers deserve clear, measurable outcomes on affordability, reliability and accessibility, not vague commitments that cannot be scrutinised. We need to be able to get answers and get change for our constituents if standards fall below acceptable levels and not have to deal with arm-length bodies. Passengers should also be protected from excessive charges and hidden fees. The GB Rail app and website should never add unnecessary booking fees or administrative costs. Instead, we should push for open-source fare systems that allow passengers to easily find the best deal. Expanding discount schemes, especially for young people, through rail mile systems would help more people travel further and reduce costs for families. Finally, this bill must lead to a railway where back-office systems are rationalised, data is used to improve passenger experience, and long-term planning is not sacrificed for short-term crisis management. Passengers deserve honesty about upcoming delays, clarity on long-term upgrades, and confidence that today's problems are not simply passed on to tomorrow's Parliament. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to deliver a railway that works. For commuters, for rural communities, for disabled passengers, for young people seeking opportunity, and of course for the climate. I look forward to working with ministers and colleagues from across the House on the Bill Committee to strengthen this legislation and deliver a railway worthy of the people that we serve.
Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I refer to my register of interest, and I also want to thank the Secretary and the honourable members for Sheffield, Heeley and Middlesbrough and Thornaby East for all of their hard work in getting us to this point today. I also want to recognise the thousands of rail staff who keep our network moving every single day. Their skill, dedication and professionalism were impossible to miss during the pandemic, and once again during the recent tragedy in Huntington when workers ran towards danger to protect others. So if we're serious about creating a world-class rail system, then these workers have got to be at the centre of it. And a unified, publicly owned railway will be simpler, safer and more efficient. And it will reverse the legacy of privatisation which carved up the industry and prioritised share dividends over people and service quality. So this bill is great, but I do have some fundamental issues that need to be ironed out as this bill makes its way through the House. If Great British Railways is genuinely being built from dozens of separate organisations, then we need a clear description of its structure. And we need clarity on who will actually employ all of the people who keep our railways running. More than 100,000 workers are currently employed by Network Rail and the train operating companies. Tens of thousands more are outsourced to security firms, cleaning contractors, catering companies and agencies supplying infrastructure labour, many of them on insecure zero-hour terms. Altogether, well over 150,000 people form Britain's rail workforce. Yet sadly today, those workers can't tell you who their future employer will be, what happens to their pensions, or how they might transfer into the new organisation. So we've got to recognise that whilst today is a great day, this uncertainty is not fair for them, and it undermines the stability and confidence the new system needs from day one. We also need to see some detail around how workers and their unions will have a voice. Other public transport bodies, Transport for London, Transport Scotland, Transport for Wales, have built-in mechanisms for staff representation on their boards. But Great British Railways, as drafted, doesn't have any such routes. If we want an organisation that benefits from the insights and expertise of the people who actually operate it, this has to be put in the bill. And we must be honest, the pressures that fell on the workforce over 30 years of privatisation have left deep scars. We saw repeated attempts to hollow out staffing, driver-only operation, de-staffed stations, ticket office closures, aggressive outsourcing and the downgrading of essential roles. The government's Getting Britain Moving promised to turn the page, recognising staff as an asset, not a cost, and pledging to make GBR a single employer people would be proud to join. That vision was right, but it can't be delivered if we keep the workforce scattered across a maze of private providers. And if GBR is to inherit the contracts of Network Rail and the train operating companies, we shouldn't simply carry forward decades of outsourcing. Cleaning, security, station staffing, catering and maintenance are vital parts of the railway. Bringing them back in-house is not radical, it's already happening across parts of Scotland and Wales where insourcing has improved accountability and service quality. And removing the web of contracts would cut costs.
of the work that was created by privatisation. So in the spirit of constructive partnership, I'd welcome the Secretary adopting the Rail Maritime Union's sensible and pragmatic proposals on these issues. They'd strengthen the bill and they'd help deliver the railway that we all want to see. Thank you.
Josh Babarinde.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The arrival of the railway to Eastbourne in 1849 helped the 7th Duke of Devonshire, who helped to build the town and was the architect of Eastbourne, translate his plans into reality. And Eastbourne therefore became the resort that people across the town know and love, the sunniest town in the UK, the largest marina in northern Europe. And some may know, Eastbourne hosts one of the busiest level crossings in Europe, Hampden Park level crossing, my home patch. And while I love my home patch to bits, Hampden Park level crossing, which sees an average of the gates shut down for trains to pass every 4 minutes, is the bane of Hampden Parkers' lives in so many respects. Bane that we hope to be addressed in part by this bill. While the railways have made Eastbourne, the level crossing in Hampden Park literally breaks Eastbourne. You cannot cross from one part of town to another for so much of the day as a result of that crossing. And in fact, a local resident called James Reeves, who's a software engineer, has created a website called arethegatesup.com, specifically dedicated to the Hampden Park level crossing to help residents. I can see lots of members Googling arethegatesup.com or not listening to my speech. That's the one. And we very much hope that this bill and the investment that it could bring to Eastbourne to help address the issue with Hampden Park level crossing could preclude the need for James's website altogether. But another slightly more serious issue is the issue of access, again, when it comes to Hampden Park Station in my constituency. There is no step-free access from one platform to another, which means that folks who have mobility needs, folks who have buggies, or folks who have luggage, not the wet weather luggage that my honourable friend for Glastonbury and Somerton referred to. It does not rain in Eastbourne, but instead the enormous parasols that people would seek to take from platform 1 to platform 2 could be much more ably transported if we had the dedicated Access for All scheme that helped to invest in accessibility in our train station. And the bill does not go far enough. Of course, the passenger watchdog will have the ability to set certain regulations when it comes to accessibility, but there is no statutory requirement for such accessibility, and the bill needs to be strengthened in that respect. And I very much hope that the bill will give passengers, whether commuters or tourists and others, the opportunity to input into how the future of rail services are shaped going forward. I'm delighted to have led a campaign to restore the direct train from Eastbourne to London Bridge and back, which launches next Monday, thanks to great folks like Christina Eubank and Dave Cooper and local businesses getting on board and many people who signed our petition. But it should not be like pulling teeth to get such an obvious service reinstated. And so I hope that the Minister will ensure that the likes of Eastbourne and elsewhere can get back on track by having the opportunity to input into the future of rail across the country.
Julia Buckley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I am surely the luckiest MP in this House as I represent the charming, thriving border town of Shrewsbury. Our strategic location serves as a hub for Shropshire on the edge of industrial West Midlands, but as the gateway to Wales. And our railway offers a major transit point for Welsh services, operated by Transport for Wales with 2.2 million passengers. I'm told we're the second busiest station in Wales. And there is so much latent demand for more services. However, under privatisation, we have been on the edge of other people's maps for too long. We're the last stop on the West Midlands line and the last major station from Wales. And it's held back our investment, limited our intercity services, such as the much missed direct train to London. And while our railway station is a beautiful Grade 2 listed building with a fabulous team of staff led by the wonderful long-serving manager Shelley Hall, we need our station to be more than a museum piece. In order to increase services, we must first have our master plan to bring together infrastructure upgrades. And today's railway bill provides a once-in-a-generation opportunity under Great British Railways to enable Shrewsbury Station to fulfil its true potential. We have such latent demand for additional services that when our local TfW upgraded our service into Birmingham, it used to have 2 carriages with 81 people standing. They gave us 4 carriages, and overnight ticket sales went up by 18%. Imagine how many more tickets we could sell for more passengers at Shrewsbury when a nationalised service joins up routes and opens up opportunities for my residents. But we may have 2.2 million existing passengers at Shrewsbury, but I'm keen to support a new breed, the wannabe passengers, those who want to make the modal shift out of cars and onto our rail network, those who need to travel for work, study or leisure, but for whom there are no seats or services yet. They need earlier, later, more frequent trains, and in Shropshire we still dream of that direct train to London to reconnect us to the capital. Research shows it will add £9 million a year to our local economy. And it's not just me who thinks Shrewsbury's rail investment could unlock bountiful economic growth. I was delighted yesterday to see the Midlands Connect report for DfT looking at the Wolverhampton to Shrewsbury corridor for growth, showing that connectivity between the two centres will boost regional economy, benefit productivity and support employment sectors. This corridor currently supports major employers such as the I-54 Enterprise Zone, the Battlefield Business Park, Shrewsbury Business Park and future developments in Shifnal and Telford. These sites alone support over 4,000 jobs, and we need that improved access to rail, bus and active travel. But enhancing that transport corridor will also deliver benefits for Wales because of the cross-border gateway and the freight connections between our two nations. And growth in this area aligns with the priorities over the border. We saw in the budget the Chancellor commit to £445 million investment over the next 10 years, specifically to support transport infrastructure in Wales, highlighting the importance of that major investment of cross-border rail activity. As the major border rail hub between an already nationalised Transport for Wales and a soon-to-be nationalised West Midlands Railways, Shrewsbury offers the strategic link ensuring the success of GBR. Only when our regions and devolved nations can co-deliver 2 nationalised rail systems seamlessly for passengers at hubs like mine will we have succeeded. The Great British Railways Bill was written to improve services in places like Shrewsbury. And Shrewsbury has been waiting for the Great British Railways, not least my wannabe passengers who are still hoping it will unlock their employment and economic opportunity. So once again, Shrewsbury will become the beating heart of our reinvigorated railway.
Monica Harding. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The experience of my constituents in East Morton, served by South Western Railway, the first of the train operators to be taken into public ownership, is not that nationalisation guarantees a better experience. This autumn feels as bad as the last. I feel it here on my way, or not, into this place, and I have a sackload full of constituent complaints about delays and cancellation. In Esher Station, 30% of trains have been delayed last month. Only yesterday, a constituent told me that he was forced to spend £60 on taxis and 2 hours of extra childcare because of a train cancellation, something that is too frequently experienced by us in East Morton. School children are missing hours of school because their trains consistently are delayed and they miss their connections. On the 16th, 17th, 20th, 23rd of October, on the 7th, 10th, 12th, 13th, 18th, 19th and 24th of November, their trains were delayed. 278 students were affected. I understand the underinvestment, the lack of accountability and frankly the shameful mess the Conservative government left to this government to sort out. I urge the Minister in this bill to go further and faster on reform to ensure that this bill is not a continuation of this disappointment. As this bill receives its second reading, I want to make the case for Hersham Station, a station that is long overdue for improvement and another shameful example of the neglect of our railways and lack of accountability. Hersham sits on the South West Main Line in my constituency, a constituency that contributes more to the Exchequer than any other outside of London. These people are using the station every day, commuting into London and creating the growth that our country needs. Yet despite being used over 600,000 times a year, Hersham Station is an eyesore, ramshackle and run down. There is nothing that tells these commuters to go and get growth as a national mission, nothing to suggest any ambition as a country, or that we are on the sharp end of innovation or technology, efficiency and delivery. The only message they get from the station is that the government and train operator doesn't have either the desire or the ambition to get you to work on time. At Hersham, the stairs up to the platform are crumbling with visible holes exposing long drops below. They shake underfoot. Needless to say, there is no step-free access. The roof is exposed corrugated iron. Both platforms were built in the 1960s using materials only meant for temporary use. When groups of school children step off the train and walk down that platform, you can feel it shaking underfoot. Yes, last year, Madam Deputy Speaker, someone put their foot straight through the platform, and it took taking the Managing Director of South West Rail down to fix that hole. So should I give up hope on a complete refurbishment for the whole station of my constituents in Hersham, who have put up with this too long? Clauses 46 and 47 give us, for the first time in decades, a national centralised mechanism to say this is not good enough and it must be fixed. But Madam Deputy Speaker, as drafted, these clauses do not yet go far enough. For decades, this oversight existed through the design panel of the British Railways Board, which the government used to raise the standard of design across British nationalised railway system from the 1950s. That system disappeared with privatisation. Since then, station design has been neglected and passengers have paid the price with exactly the same kind of delay we now see at Hersham. So I would like to see Clause 46 strengthened by amendments so that minimum station standards must explicitly include design quality, accessibility, durability and engagement with the community, and clear time limits for fixing safety and accessibility related defects. So I ask the Minister to look at this carefully, to provide the funding, the resource and the ambition to give Hersham Station what it so desperately needs.
Graham Morris.
Thank you. I refer to my entry in the Register of Members' Interests and declare an interest as Vice Chair of the RMT Parliamentary Group. I'm delighted in particular to follow my good and honourable friends, the members for Salford in Stourbridge, and I want to make some similar points, and I do hope the ministers on the front bench will address these either in their closing statements or perhaps in committee. I must declare that I'm delighted that this Labour government has placed the transformation of our railways, bringing back track and train together, at the forefront of its agenda for change. I want to mention 4 points: workforce, Roscoe's, rail freight and track capacity. And firstly, in relation to the workforce, as colleagues have said, our railway workers are the backbone of the industry. They drive the trains, maintain the tracks, keep the stations and carriages clean. Some 150,000 rail workers keep the network running smoothly and safely every single day. And I wonder if the Minister, if my honourable friend, could provide greater clarity on the intended structure of GBR and shed some light on why the bill at this time makes no reference to the employment of rail staff, as this is causing great uncertainty amongst the workforce. I also want to refer to concerns raised by the PCS trade union regarding 225 of their members at the Department for Transport who were due to be transferred to the subsidiary company Department for Transport Operator Limited by the 31st of March 2026, coincidentally the target date for departmental headcount reductions. In addition to the risk of job losses and the consequential loss of experience and expertise which could hamper delivery of the rail reforms, these staff will lose their civil service status and may well face poorer terms and conditions. The funding arrangements for the new company is still unclear, and this transfer appears to run counter to Labour's commitment to the biggest wave of insourcing in a generation. Insourcing and ensuring that workers are kept in-house, cutting out private sector profiteering, is a great aim to achieve. and the bill is a step towards that. Personally, Madam Speaker, as part of this bill, I would also like to see the government look more closely at how we completely cut out profiteering entirely from the railways and look at how we can procure our own rolling stock to make changes to end excessive profiteering by rolling stock companies or Roscoes. I think it would really be sensible if GBR could establish its own rolling stock company, ordering and owning its own rolling stock, taking advantage of low government borrowing rates. That's what we should be striving for, and in the short term, the RMT is calling for a profits levy on the Roscoes, a 50% levy on pre-tax profits. That would raise 116 million a year in funds that could be used for much needed upgrades. On rail freight, I want to highlight that rail freight and the enormous opportunity it gives, often overlooked, particularly in my own constituency. My constituency of Seam has direct rail access with the Port of Seam, and it's ideally placed to seek efficient, reliable routes to move goods in and out of the region. We've only got one freight train a week coming into Seam. I therefore welcome that this bill would require the Secretary of State to set a target for rail freight growth and will place duties on GBR, ministers and the OBR to promote it. However, a single dedicated rail freight business unit operating within GBR and working with the rail freight businesses would be an even more effective driver of long-term growth, integrated with rather than competing with the passenger railway. And I hope the Secretary of State will examine the benefits of such an approach.
David Chadwick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me be very clear from the outset that this bill fails Wales. Last year, Wales voted decisively for change, and this is just another example of how that change will not be coming. This bill fails my constituents in Brecon, Radnor and Cwm Tower, who rely on some of the most neglected rail lines anywhere in the United Kingdom. For years, the people I represent have endured cancellations, painfully slow journeys, ageing trains and stations that would embarrass any modern transport system. The Marches line still runs on signalling technology that belongs in a museum. The Heart of Wales line, a lifeline for rural communities, has been crying out for meaningful investment for over a decade. And what does this bill do to fix any of that? Nothing. Instead, it centralises even more power here in Whitehall and offers Wales nothing more than a pat on the head and the promise of consultation. Consultation is what Wales has had plenty of for the last 30 years, and look where it's got us. But the real injustice here is this. Scotland gets real power over its railways, and Wales gets nothing. No power of direction, no power over infrastructure, no power over funding, not even a guarantee that Welsh needs will be taken seriously. This government has gone out of its way to give Scotland the meaningful authority, and yet Wales, a nation with its own parliament and its own transport strategy, is told to make do with a memorandum of understanding, a document with no legal force, no accountability and no guarantee of action. And this inequality has real-world consequences, Madam Deputy Speaker. Independent experts told the Transport Committee that England will receive tens of billions in rail investment over the next decade, while Wales will receive only a few hundred million. A gap so vast, it can only be described as systemic neglect. And just this week, analysis by the Welsh Liberal Democrats showed that Wales is set to lose another £1 billion after Northern Powerhouse Rail was wrongly classified as an England and Wales project. This brings the total lost for Wales through this accounting trick to around £6 billion, while Scotland and Northern Ireland receive their fair share. Meanwhile, the government expects Wales to be grateful for £445 million over 10 years. It doesn't take a maths genius to see that those of us in Wales are being shortchanged. My constituents see the results every day. Rural stations left behind, limited services, long commutes and opportunities missed. The rail network in Wales is not second class by accident, it is second class by design. And this bill entrenches that design. It hands the UK Secretary of State even more control over decisions that directly affect Wales, with no matching powers for Welsh ministers to shape the services that our communities rely on. So let me say this plainly. A modern railway for Wales cannot be built on scraps of power handed down from Westminster. Wales needs the same powers that Scotland already has. Wales needs fairness, not favours. And Wales needs the tools to build a railway network worthy of our own people. Wales deserves better than this bill, and as Welsh Liberal Democrats, we will not accept anything less than equality for our nation.
Baggy Shanker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I refer the House to my interest as Vice Chair of the Rail APPG. Rail is in Derby's DNA. For decades it's powered our community, moulded our economy and inspired generations of engineers and designers. I see the proof of that week in, week out, whether it's meeting fantastic apprentices at Alstom, celebrating Railway 200 by bringing an incredible 40,000 people together in Derby for the greatest gathering, or hearing how organisations like Angel Trains, Loram, Porterbrook and many more who drive forward innovation right across the sector from Derby. So as a proud Derby MP, I welcome this bill. At its heart, it stands up Great British Rail, and at the heart of Great British Rail is Derby. I was proud to campaign alongside so many others in our city who made the case for Derby to become GBR's home. And I am proud now to work alongside a government that is committed to delivering GBR in Derby. But despite our city's proud rail heritage, manufacturing credentials and exciting future at the heart of UK rail, people travelling by train in Derby face the same challenges as any other commuters up and down the country. They know the frustration of paying through the nose for a train ticket only to find out that their train has been delayed or, even worse, cancelled. And they navigate through confusing, fragmented ticketing systems, trying to work out if splitting a ticket will save them extra money or just end up causing havoc. And I'm pleased that through this bill, our Labour government is clearly saying that this is simply not good enough. GBR will put passengers first, whether that's through a new robust passenger watchdog with real standards and teeth, or through simplifying and modernising fares with a common sense, consistent approach. I also strongly welcome the bill's requirements for the Transport Secretary to publish a long-term rail strategy, good for the sector and especially good for Derby. Because for far too long, rail has been a feast and famine cycle. Boom and bust orders, factories standing idle, and workers and their families left in limbo. Derby knows this story all too well, unfortunately. In recent years, we've had to fight for the future of Alstom, pulling together across our city, shoulder to shoulder with our fantastic trade unions to protect skilled jobs. But this uncertainty is no way to run an industry that thousands of jobs depend upon. We need stability, we need certainty, and we need a long-term plan. And that is exactly what this strategy will provide, supporting our rail supply chains, protecting the thousands of jobs that depend on it, and giving businesses the confidence to invest in the future. Because when Britain backs rail, Britain backs Derby, and Derby delivers for Britain.
Rebecca Smith.
Great Western Railway fares are 2.2 times higher than those of European operators for similar lengths. Rail users in my constituency will be all too familiar with this reality, regularly paying more than £100 for a return ticket to London. Since the Labour government came into power, we have seen the power of the unions once again, with eye-watering salary increases yet no expectations to improve productivity. This means that on the line down to Devon, contracts were not changed when salaries were increased. This would have cleared up the mess that is the lack of 7-day-a-week contracts. Try travelling to Westminster on a Sunday, Madam Deputy Speaker. The creation of Great British Railways is being held up as a panacea to any such issues with our railway. Having served the last year or so on the Transport Select Committee, where we have been tracking the progress of these plans, I remain unconvinced by the bill. I gave my maiden speech during the passage of the Passenger Railway Services Bill, the mechanism through which we have reached today, the bill which enabled the renationalisation of the railway. What I said then about that bill remains true as we debate this. It is a bill that seems to indicate ideological time travel back to the nationalised railway system of the past and a mistaken belief that state-run institutions are the answer to all our woes. Our railway system needs to drive forward into the middle of the 21st century and not creep backwards to the 1970s. As a child of the 80s, I remember the old British Rail. Aside from the excitement of travelling on a 125 between Plymouth and my grandparents in Somerset, I do not recall it being any better than the privatised system we have today. In the development of Great British Rail, the government must work with industry. There are real concerns that without a strong independent rail regulator, this bill will squeeze out private investment. Great British Railways, which will become the second biggest employer in the country, hardly an agile organisation, will be calling the shots, and as a result, the state-owned operator will be chosen over private sector rivals. The Office for Rail and Roads sees its power significantly altered, some might say reduced even, by this bill. It is arguable that they lose their teeth, and I would simply urge the government to keep passengers front and centre of this bill, and I'm not sure that the quango regulator that they're setting up is in passengers' best interests. Private investment extends to rail freight, which is not only competing with state-owned operators, but also with road haulage. The Rail Freight Group warns that the bill risks driving the sector into decline, costing the UK economy up to £2.5 billion and adding 7 million additional HGV movements to the UK road network. Whilst the government has committed to introducing a statutory duty on GBR to promote the use of rail freight supported by an overall growth target, I would be grateful if the Minister would take the opportunity to clarify how this duty will operate in practice and how it will ensure that GBR does not give preferential treatment to state-owned operators, and where the bill places freight in the hierarchy of railway line use is critical. The bill is not yet explicit on this, which is concerning. Now, many members of the House... I will give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. I wonder whether she's concerned, as I am, how ministers will square their kind of responsibility to the trade unions, who of course fund the party opposite, and that of the producer interest, and whether she has any reflections on their past failure to get that balance right.
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and actually he's raised a very interesting point, which is that I think the very good conditions that private companies have been forced into by trade unions are going to end up cheapied across to these state employees, and ultimately the best conditions will be the ones that get delivered to the most, all in that huge new employer. Now, many members from across this House have highlighted the importance of connecting underserved areas, and nowhere in the country is this case more powerfully made than in the South West. So before closing, I would like to highlight to the Minister two examples affecting my constituency, both featured in my maiden speech, so I know he is familiar with them, and I will continue to champion them, as well as the need to secure the railway line at Dawlish. Now, many cross-country trains currently pass through Ivy Bridge Station without stopping because the platform is too short. That forces local people to travel by bus or car to Plymouth, Totnes or Tiverton, making rail travel far less convenient. Now, I've secured with local stakeholders the funding for the extension to have a feasibility study, but ultimately that modest project would make a huge difference to our community and is something I hope is not hindered by this bill. Now, I'm also committed to securing a Plymouth Metro, including plans for a station in Plympton in my constituency. Plympton's 30,000 residents have been without a station for more than 60 years, and it would be transformative for that part of my patch. Now, both Plympton and Ivy Bridge have many residents working at Devonport Naval Base and the growing defence hubs in Turnchapel and Langage. The government has promised billions of pounds to the city as part of a defence deal, but if that deal does not include funding for transport, what is the point? So I urge the government to ensure it is joined up in delivering the railway the city and surrounding communities need to deliver on the defence role the government wants. I support the efforts to improve our railway and bring ticket prices down. However, a simple return to a nationalised British rail is not the answer. As Conservatives, we understand the importance of retaining a strong role for the public sector through open access, protecting rail freight, improving efficiency and providing...
Order. Many colleagues have been waiting for a while. For me to get every colleague in, I need to drop the speaking limit to 3 minutes and encourage interventions not to be taken. The next person to speak will be Dr. Scott Arthur at 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What a wonderful surprise. So I have to start by declaring that I'm a huge fan of rail. Every week I travel to this place via rail. On my usual train, I'm able to get to London in just 4 hours and 20 minutes. And since I came to the Chamber today, I've had an email from LNER saying that that time is going to be decreased by 10 minutes. So already this bill is delivering for people in my constituency. The journey is only slightly longer than the equivalent flight, although it uses 14 times less CO2 and is 100 times more relaxing by train. Most of the time the journey runs smoothly. LNER is publicly owned. But like everyone here and everyone across the UK, I'm familiar with the delays and cancellations that regularly disrupt our wider railway. That's why I welcome the reforms that the Railway Bill brings. It is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to get our railway system back on track. The creation of the Great British Rail will put passengers before profits, simplify ticket purchasing and improve passenger accessibility across the network, something we've heard about already today. This bill also respects and preserves the existing devolution agreements concerning rail, giving Scottish ministers the power of guidance and direction over GBR and ensuring that these changes directly benefit my constituents and the Scottish rail sector more widely. Importantly, this bill will trigger the integration of track and trains provision across the UK. This integration has been operating in Scotland for some years and does for the most part work well. It's true that there are some points of concern around provision in Scotland, including regular cancellations and delays, but I think by and large the system there works well. And I have to say the reason that rail is in public ownership in Scotland is due to years of campaigning both by the Labour Party and also our brothers and sisters in the trade union movement. The relationship between Network Rail and ScotRail is one area where GBR can take note. It's an effective and joined-up relationship between track and train and operators. It is vital to see a successful national rail service reflect on this. So I welcome the fact that the bill provides a basis for Scottish and UK ministers to work together and provide efficient cross-border services. And I look forward to seeing the Memorandum of Understanding that will lay out exactly how this relationship will work. So I do look forward to supporting this bill. And I do say, Madam Deputy Speaker, there's been quite a lot of comments from the Lib Dems and the Conservatives today asking for local improvements to be delivered locally via this bill, but yet they do not intend to support the bill itself. You cannot have your cake and eat it, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much.
Talking about cake, Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So my mission for my constituents is to keep Runnymede and Weybridge moving, and supporting and improving our train services are a vital part of delivering this. Regarding this bill, clearly the proof of the pudding is going to be in the eating in terms of the changes that it delivers for people living across Runnymede and Weybridge. And I'll give an example of how much this means. So Salesians is a school in my constituency which has many children coming from both the local but surrounding area. And they use the Chertsey-Addleston branch line, which is one of the worst performing lines in South Western Rail. It means that children are very often late in terms of getting to school. It means that on the platforms, the school has to allocate teachers for safety, because when there are delays, the platforms get overcrowded. And this has material, serious impacts in terms of the education of children. And I'm sure this experience is replicated by schools, not just Salesians, but across the local area. And why is it so? The Chertsey-Addleston loop is punished by level crossings, both in Addleston but also in Egham. The Pooley Green level crossing often, I've only just a couple of months ago, has downtimes of over 10 minutes. I have constituents who tell me that they don't go to the fish and chip shop over the other side of the level crossing. They don't access local businesses because of the problem with level crossing downtimes. It's absolutely critical that whatever happens in terms of this bill going forwards, we have improvements in terms of the level crossings, both in Egham, Addleston and across my constituency. That we have some proper data, such as downtime monitors, so we can see properly the impact it's having on local traffic. That we have timetabling, which doesn't just change at the click of fingers, but we have proper consultation with residents in terms of what's happening forward, so that not just the children going to schools in my constituency, but the people who depend on commuting to go into work or to get around and see their families can have trains that deliver properly. That we don't have these last-minute cancellations, which seem to be increasingly more frequently, certainly I've seen over the past few months. I'm a regular South Western Rail user myself. I live in Chertsey in my constituency, and I see, sadly, personally, the impact this is having on my constituents. We also need improvements to accessibility. It's completely scandalous that the Weybridge lift still has ongoing problems in terms of being out of service, and that's not just and accessibility isn't just limited to the lifts, it's also stations in terms of delivering access. The service needs to be responsive to the needs of my constituents, yet too often my constituents end up being punished when particularly engineering work goes through our tracks, causing traffic carnage for the weekends. We need to coordinate engineering works when they happen with our local roads. Thank you.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to be able to speak today on this bill, which I hope will mark a start of a new era for our rail system. Bracknell's rail links are its lifeblood, connecting us to jobs, friends, family and opportunities through lines to London, Reading and also Gatwick Airport from Crowthorne and Sandhurst. That's why I'm so delighted that SWR has now been brought back into public ownership, with GWR services shortly to follow. Renationalisation of our rail services will create more opportunities for growth, more opportunities for investment and a rail service for the public good. First, the Chancellor froze rail fares in the budget, meaning almost £300 saved off the cost of a season ticket from Bracknell to London for my constituents. And now we are laying the foundations of a new, modern, joined-up railway system owned by the public and run for the public. The new GBR livery revealed today, which proudly incorporates our union flag in its design, is, I think, a powerful symbol of the national pride we should feel in our railways, but for many years, one that has been undermined by high prices and low reliability. Bracknell is already seeing the benefits of renationalisation. This has included an ongoing upgrade of the fleet on the Reading to Waterloo line to the new Arterio trains, which will provide 50% increased capacity compared to the outdated Class 455 fleet. They'll also provide accessible toilets, air conditioning, charging points at every seat, real-time information screens, onboard Wi-Fi and walk-through carriages, meaning more people can travel in better conditions every day. And Madam Deputy Speaker, these trains were first purchased back in 2017, costing £1 billion, but were stuck in the sidings. What greater symbol of the failure of privatisation can there be than that? And I want to thank the Rail Minister for meeting with me recently and all of his work to roll out this new stock. I'm also delighted that the bill makes provision for GBR to take control of the timetable, as the current system has led to some inexplicable gaps in service. As the SWR timetable stands, after 9 p.m, there is only one service from Bracknell to Reading an hour. Trains from Reading to Bracknell are also reduced to an hourly service after 10 p.m. Needless to say, this has significant impact on the ability of Bracknell Forest residents to travel for work and leisure, and I'd like to take this opportunity again to call for that to be addressed. Madam Deputy Speaker, I earlier mentioned the North Downs line. It is deeply unreliable, and I know that members across the House are concerned about the need to electrify this line. And I will also just touch on an issue I know the Minister knows I care passionately about, a rail connection to Heathrow Airport as well, which is vitally important, and I know one that he cares passionately about delivering along with private sector investment. And on that, I will leave it.
Order. Liz Jarvis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to contribute to this debate. I am proud to represent a railway town. Eastleigh has a long railway heritage. However, over the past year, my constituents have been subjected to lots of delays and cancellations, all while paying a premium for the privilege of travelling by train. Madam Deputy Speaker, I agree that the current structure of the rail industry is too fragmented and in need of reform. A long-term strategy, clear accountability and a coherent approach to infrastructure and operations are well overdue. However, one of the biggest tests of this bill is whether it will improve services and increase accessibility and safety. I campaigned successfully to keep ticket offices at our local stations in Eastleigh open, because for many passengers, including disabled people, older travellers, the vulnerable and those with visual impairments, staff stations are essential. Accessibility must be built into the system from the start to ensure people can travel with confidence. We need proper staffing arrangements, clear information, reliable lifts, step-free access, and a design approach that works for all passengers, not just the most agile or those most familiar with the system. Integrating rail infrastructure and operations under one public body is not inherently controversial. However, what the government have designed here looks more like a top-down body answerable to ministers rather than a modern, customer-focused railway. We have seen what over-centralisation looks like in practice, and it rarely leads to better outcomes for passengers. So how will the Minister ensure that Great British Railways is genuinely accountable to passengers, not just to central government? To address the concerns of passengers, we need a much stronger and genuinely independent passenger voice in the system. People need to know there is someone who will stand up for them when services fall short. I also hope the Minister will look at expanding discount schemes for young people. My constituency is lucky to have 2 fantastic colleges that draw students from across the region, with many travelling to Eastleigh by train. Keeping travel affordable is essential to allow them to access their education without the cost of the journey becoming an obstacle. Madam Deputy Speaker, Eastleigh deserves a railway that is reliable, affordable and fit for the future. This bill contains some welcome measures, but it needs to go further to bring about the transformation of Britain's railways that our country needs and passengers deserve.
Perrin Moon.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, the desperately poor condition of our railway system is entirely symbolic of the wider decline in public services over the past 14 years. I regularly make the 10-hour round trip up to London from West Cornwall on trains that are often beset with delays, lack of water or heating. My constituents know and feel this all too well. Our one main railway line runs the length of Cornwall from Penzance to cross the Tamar Bridge at Saltash, and it's a vital transport artery connecting southwest England with Cornwall. Like many other pressures faced by remote coastal and rural communities, there are unique difficulties. Fewer trains stop at Hale, for example, and bus services are generally suspended there at about 6 p.m, cutting off communities to the west. And to illustrate this point, even today, due to a fault with the signalling system, all trains from Penzance were cancelled. Great Western Rail, GWR, is currently operated by First Group, but under this Labour government's rail reform programme, it will be brought back into public ownership and integrated into Great British Railways next year. This transition will ensure that decisions about Cornwall's rail services are made in the public interest and not for private profit, and that passengers will see improvements in reliability, affordability and accountability. We need a railway that is better governed, locally attuned and responsive to the people who depend on it, supporting growth in every region. And the revival of the railway system must be innovative and practical. And I saw a great example of innovation a few weeks ago when I attended the launch of a superfast Wi-Fi pilot on a GWR train. Advanced engineering and connectivity solutions combined with leadership and transport authorities will deliver a new benchmark and support a long-standing ambition to bring faster, more resilient Wi-Fi connectivity to Cornwall and South West England. In 2021, a plan was published under the previous government which included a recommendation for a new public body and a long-term strategy for rail, but the Conservative government failed to implement it. This bill will remove friction and bureaucracy endemic in the current system. We have an opportunity to sweep away duplication of roles and departments to produce substantial savings and a smooth service. We can free up resources, trusting rail staff to build a better system from what is currently a bureaucratic, bloated and top-heavy organisational ecosystem riddled with institutional incompetence. This Labour government will bring clarity where there was confusion, reliability where there was disruption, and affordability where costs were sky high, and I very much look forward to supporting this bill.
Sean Berry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Green Party welcomes this bill. It is right in principle to end the failed long experiment in surrendering this public service to the private market. Within the bill, we're pleased to see an expanded role for the passenger watchdog and clear requirements for business plans to be and strategies to be consulted upon, published, and I want to see deep scrutiny around these in the procedures as well. And both passenger voices, rail workers and local elected representatives must have more control of what Great British Railways offers in advance and during the development of these plans and strategies too. I am also pleased to see the duties laid out for Great British Railways include consideration for potential passengers. This will help to include many people better on the railways, such as disabled people, people with buggies, older people, people for whom toilet access is more than crucial, and others for whom accessibility barriers are still too high on our railways. This and the public interest duty should also help create social benefits for people for whom the cost of rail travel is prohibitive, including young people who need more connectivity and access to jobs and training. But the bill still lacks on its face a specific duty to grow passenger numbers. We have an integrated transport strategy on the way, but here is a mode shift target for freight without one for passengers too. We need much more said in the bill about the need to plan for new capacity and services on the basis of maximum potential to reduce car dependency, to shift people away from the most polluting and socially unequal modes, not just to respond to current demand or congestion on the railways. Public ownership is popular with the vast majority of people. Before the last election, it was even backed by 60% of those intending to vote Conservative, and it is a strong desire too for people in Brighton Pavilion, for whom the legacy of privatisation is too often one of expensive, unreliable services and big gaps in accessibility. I believe strongly that local voices, like those in Brighton, must be more in control of our public services, and we need more clarity on how mayoral, local and combined authorities will be able to have more control of investment plans and services. During the previous bill, I argued for public ownership of rolling stock companies too, and I understand that decisions are being made for future rolling stock not to be purchased through this evil twin of PFI. But the fact remains that current rolling stock is a scandal. Roscoe's paid £275 million in dividends to shareholders in the year 2024 to 25, payments that are up by 59% in 5 years. This is outrageous profiteering and a drain on public finances. So I urge the government to cut this waste, find ways to bring our rolling stock into public hands, and look at a windfall tax on the current Roscoe's to address this injustice. Thank you.
Daniel Francis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to draw attention to my role as Chair of the All-Party Group for Wheelchair Users and rise to support the measures supported within the Railway Bill. Firstly, I know the measures will be supported by my constituents who predominantly travel from the 4 train stations of Barnhurst, Bexley Heath, Slade Green and Crayford, all located within my constituency, and 3 of those stations are solely served by South Eastern, with the benefits of nationalisation beginning to be seen on the service. For instance, in a new timetable taking effect next week, the Bexley Heath line will see both additional evening services to London Charing Cross and increased capacities at weekend to Victoria. I do appreciate there remains more to be done, and I'll continue to campaign for improvements. I have a long-standing interest in these matters, having served for 4 years as a member of the board of London Travel Watch, or as is technically known and referred to in the bill, the London Transport Users Committee. It's that experience which lives with me and the reasons why I support the bill. On far too many occasions at board meetings, I heard excuses from train operating companies and Network Rail blaming each other for issues relating to punctuality. This led to the lunacy where hundreds of staff were employed to establish who should cover the costs of delays. And earlier this year, we saw that South Eastern and Network Rail Kent Route united under a single leadership team to form South Eastern Railway. And this partnership is delivering improvements with increased customer satisfaction, reduced cancellations, and initiatives including shared planning, daytime track access without service disruption, and trials of drone and AI technology. I also welcome the measures included to help ensure the railway is made more accessible for all. Honourable members will have heard my tales of my experience of using public transport as the parent of a wheelchair user, and my requests for the introduction of a national rail accessibility app. I'm therefore delighted that the Secretary of State has named accessibility as one of the key 6 objectives for the railway. And having one national rather than competing operators will improve the assistance offered and the simplification of ticketing for disabled passengers. Importantly, paragraph 49 of Schedule 3 of the bill will amend the Equality Act 2010 to ensure that public sector equality duty applies to GBR. I welcome the government's roadmap to an accessible railway based around 7 priority themes. And lastly, I welcome the establishment of an expanded passenger watchdog, having served on the board of London Travel Watch and having worked alongside Transport Focus on some aspects of joint working during that time. Those changes within London to the London Transport Users Committee include the expansion of the current role for my constituents, which will see a particular regard to the interests and the needs of disabled people. And for the reasons I've outlined, I look forward to voting against the amendments this evening and in favour of the bill at second reading.
Hear, hear.
Anne Davies.
Our Madam Dirprwy Llefarydd. Getting to grips with the railways by simplifying and integrating aspects like freight or passenger services, ticketing and long-term planning is welcome. This bill makes great sense for England, however, it does not work for Wales. Currently, 2 governments on either side of the M4 control different parts of what should be a single unified train and rail network in Wales. This bizarre split makes for designing railways in the best interests of the people of Wales almost impossible. We can see this in the broken promise by Whitehall to fully electrify South Wales Main Line beyond Cardiff, or even to start work on the equivalent line in the north. This overlooking of Wales will not only continue, as under the bill, Welsh ministers can only request that Wales is consulted in long-term rail planning as part of an England and Wales strategy. The people of Wales don't want consultation. We deserve control. Wales's lack of control means funding decisions from Westminster are made at our expense, an injustice which this bill is silent on. And with Welsh control over the rail track, Whitehall could no longer continue its preserved logic of designating English rail projects such as HS2, Oxford-Cambridge Rail and now the Northern Powerhouse Rail as England and Wales projects, which combine currently deny £6 billion to Wales in funding. And the absurdity of this situation is laughable. If it wasn't so serious, it's laughable. Not one of these projects has an inch of track in Wales. Whilst in opposition, the Secretary of State of Wales previously called for Wales to receive £4.6 billion in HS2 funding. She has U-turned on this and now celebrates only £350 million, which was announced at the spending review for Wales Rail over the next few years, just 5% of what we as a country are owed. Whilst welcome, the money doesn't touch the sides when it comes to decades and decades of underfunding we have experienced. It saddens me to say that this government has decided to follow an age-old adage, for Wales, just see England. And we are the only nation in Great Britain who does not have full control over our own rail network. Only last week, 11 Welsh Labour members of the Senedd wrote a letter to the Prime Minister saying that expectations were raised by the Labour Party in opposition that they would support devolution of rail to Wales. Plaid Cymru is clear. The Welsh Rail should be in Welsh hands, and it's time to devolve this to Wales.
Alex Ballinger.
Deputy Speaker, in our part of the country, in Helzowen and the Black Country, we have a long history of building trains and building railways. Indeed, in Stourbridge, just one stop down the line, the company Foster, Rastrick and Company built the Stourbridge Lion, which was the very first steam locomotive that was exported to the Americas in 1829. But since the closure of Helzowen train station, or the closure of passenger services in 1927, my constituents have had to travel to Cradley Heath, to Old Hill and to Rowley Regis to get onto the Birmingham-Worcester line through Snow Hill. And sadly, the performance of that line is very poor. Only 70% of West Midlands trains are on time, and 7% of those trains are cancelled. This means my constituents are getting the train beforehand so they can ensure they get their connection and get their meetings on time. And frustratingly, that train route no longer goes into Birmingham New Street. So if they have to move across the country to other parts and make connections elsewhere, they have to do a 10-minute walk through the middle of Birmingham from Moore Street to Birmingham New Street to catch that connection. So with that context, I welcome this bill. That puts Great British Railways on a statutory footing as the guiding mind of the system. And that brings us a single body that will be responsible for managing the infrastructure, planning and services and overseeing planning operations. I'm also welcoming the fact that franchising was abolished in November and West Midlands trains will be brought back into public ownership in February 2026. Public ownership of Great British Railways gives us a chance to simplify objectives, run the trains on time with enough seats at a fair price. I also wanted to highlight the Midlands Rail Hub, which is a programme of improvements that will deliver real improvements for the people of Halesowen. Midlands Connect estimates this scheme will deliver 300 extra trains a day in and out of Birmingham, with 20 million extra seats a year, providing many shorter and faster journeys on the Birmingham-Worcester line that my constituency runs on. This means more trains from Kidderminster and Worcester through Stourbridge and past Rowley, Cradley Heath to Birmingham, more capacity at Moor Street, easing the pressure that ripples back down the line, and an opportunity for trains to run direct from my constituency into Birmingham New Street, so people will be able to make that onward journey up into the rest of the country. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Black Country helped give our country and the world the railways, and my constituents are not asking for anything extravagant in return. They want a service that runs on time, with enough carriages, under a system where someone is clearly in charge and clearly accountable. They want the benefits of Midlands Rail Hub and rail nationalisation to deliver fewer cancellations, shorter journey times and a decent chance of getting a seat. So if we get this right, we will not only honour our railways past, we will finally give our constituents the modern railway that they deserve.
Good day, Amos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to contribute to this debate. And I want to start off with the things I welcome in this bill and what the government is doing on railways. And after increasing fares by almost 5% last year, it is very welcome that the government have frozen rail fares, something that Liberal Democrats have been asking for 7 years. So that's really positive. And what's also positive is the investment by the government in the new station at Wellington in my constituency, which deserves credit for the government in terms of that investment. It's important that DfT is involved in that project, and I may write to the Minister afterwards to take that issue forward, because it's one of the few small number of new stations being built in the country. It's really important that it's seen through, and there needs to be recognition that the year of delay has, of course, increased costs. I'd also I'd like to say some words on the importance of open access providers of rail, and I'm concerned about the provisions in the bill that make open access potentially a lot more difficult. Go Up Rail wanting to open a route from Taunton through to Wiltshire is very important in that regard. And we would also want to see opportunities, of course, for future investment in railways, including reopening lines. There's a heritage line from Taunton to Minehead. That should ultimately be provided with a proper rail service. If it was, the West Somerset Railway would become an open access railway on the same line. So open access is incredibly important. Madam Deputy Speaker, I just wish to add that the importance of, for most of my constituents, is not just seeing the new station like Wellington, but also seeing a reduction in fares and also improvement in reliability. Trains from Taunton recently have been cut in half, meaning that people can't get on the trains. It needs that kind of form of investment. And moving over rail, just moving over the rail institutions from private sector to public sector are not necessarily going to deliver the improvements we need. So I remain to be convinced on this bill. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm pleased to be speaking on a matter very important to my constituents. For too long, our railway has been held back by fragmentation, competing interests and a lack of clear accountability. By bringing services back into public hands and creating Great British Railways, this bill gives us the opportunity to plan, run and improve the railway as a single, coherent system. For my constituents in the City of Durham, a key priority is reliability. People want trains to turn up when they're meant to, connections they can trust and information they can rely on. A unified public operator with responsibility for timetabling, infrastructure and service delivery gives us the best chance of reducing disruption and building a network that consistently works day in and day out. A strengthened public railway also depends on the people who operate it. The workforce is essential to improving reliability and delivering a better experience for passengers. So staff deserve clarity about how and if the transition into GBR will affect their jobs. If we want a well-run railway, we must support the people who maintain the tracks, staff the stations and run the trains. So I'd ask ministers to continue constructive dialogue with trade unions to ensure that the employment conditions of their members are protected in the process of creating GBR and into the future. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the need for a more coordinated railway has been brought into sharp focus in Durham recently. LNER's proposed timetable changes would have removed important morning commuter services that many residents rely on. I worked closely with local people to challenge those plans, and I welcome the progress made. But the experience showed how vulnerable local connectivity can be when decisions are made in isolation or via flawed consultation processes. Communities must have certainty that key links will be protected, strengthened and not placed at risk. This bill gives us the chance to build a railway that is more reliable, better connected and more focused on meeting public need. And I support it strongly, and I look forward to working with ministers to ensure that as it progresses, it delivers the improvements passengers in Durham expect and the support that rail workers deserve, including my niece Kate, who has just started her training with Northern Rail. And I look forward to her getting me to King's Cross and back to Durham on time and safely in the future.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This summer, I was travelling by train to a bus conference and I managed to lose my bag. And I did what everyone in that circumstance would do, panicked slightly because it had my purse in it, my keys in it, my House of Commons pass in it. And I thought, who on earth do I contact? Because I wasn't entirely sure where I'd left it. Had I left it on the train? Had I perhaps left it at a station when I was changing trains? Indeed, which train had I left it on altogether? All the station staff were really helpful, and they all pointed me to different online forms. And my faith was absolutely restored in humanity, I have to say, about 2 weeks later, when everything was found, all still in the bag, and I got an email saying, come and collect it. Paid my 10 quid and got it back. And then about 3 weeks later, got another email, this time from TfL, who I'd also contacted, telling me, unfortunately, my bag had not been found and they had finished the search for it. This, I think, is just one example of how we've got a completely unjoined up railway. And therefore, I was kind of struck in the bill by the fact we've still got 5, I think, mentions of competition, but no mentions of standardisation. And I think it's standardisation which our passengers are really after. Then just a couple of other points that I thought the Minister might be able to provide a bit of commentary on. Clause 18, which my honourable friend from the Transport Select Committee mentioned before, about the lack of a growth target for passengers. I think that might be missing, though I do very much welcome the phrase potential users. It felt very much like the prospective passengers. I was trying to get into the buses bill, but didn't. Then on funding. I really welcome the 5-year stability for infrastructure funding, but is that not something that we could also extend to operations? And I'd be grateful for the Minister's views on whether Schedule 2 allows ministers to too easily cut funding mid-period. On devolution, I hope that we will be getting some guidance soon on how mayoral combined strategic authorities will be able to get those powers. How do you get a devolved railway? And I also think that potentially through the bill, there's many references to mayoral strategic authorities, but perhaps the wording sometimes should be mayor, because I think it's important that we actually consult with the democratically elected person. Finally, on open by default data, can the Minister assure us that all ticket sellers are going to get exactly the same data that GBR gets? But all in all, I think this is a fantastic bill, so all on track, full steam ahead.
Chris Blow.
Deputy Speaker. I must begin by declaring an interest. I have been a railway geek since childhood, travelling up and down the country and a member of my own rail user group. I personally kept both Hornby and Backbench train models alive for several years, and now I torment my own son by taking him on the Severn Valley Railway far more than he would prefer. I also declare my membership as an ASLEF parliamentary group member, as well as being a regular commuter who did not recognise the railway utopia described in the opposition's opening remarks. Those interests, both personal and formal, only strengthen my belief that this bill marks an important moment for our railway network and for the people who rely on a fit-for-purpose service. For too long, passengers have lived with the consequences of a fragmented railway, a system divided between multiple operators, split responsibilities, inconsistent priorities, and a lack of clear accountability. The result has been a network that too often fails to meet the needs of my commuters in Redditch, who just last week faced every service being cancelled on the morning because of poor weather. At its heart, this bill brings together track and train Network Rail and the passenger operators under one coherent structure. This is the most significant structural reform of our railways in a generation, and it restores the principle that the railway should operate as a single integrated system. Passengers understand this, those who work on the railway understand it, and organisations like my own network railway user group and ASLEF have long campaigned for an integrated national system, have consistently argued that our railways simply work better when they work together. This bill delivers simplicity. Today's railway involves a bewildering array of actors, 17 different organisations with overlapping responsibilities. This structure does not serve passengers, freight customers, or the taxpayer. Great British Railways brings clarity, a single guided mind, a single organisation responsible for the railway's performance, and a single body accountable to Parliament and the public. That will alone improve the experience of millions of travellers. Madam Deputy Speaker, the broad implications of this bill are clear. It introduces long-term planning, strengthens freight, modernises ticketing systems, and ensures that the railway is accountable to the public it serves. Too often, my residents in Redditch have suffered from cancellations and poor service. This bill, on top of the investment into the Midlands Rail Hub, a freezing in fares, lays the foundations for an integrated railway, one that works for passengers and the staff who keep the system running every day. It is an important and necessary step towards building a railway worthy of the future of this country.
Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government is simplifying a very complex system to set forward a railway that's fit for the future, and I really welcome that, on timetabling, tickets and merging of those 17 bodies. I also welcome the 30-year long-term rail strategy. That's a fantastic idea for Cornwall. Rail is so vital in Cornwall, but it's a slow, badly designed main line. Sorry, Brunel, but it goes in the wrong places and it's very poorly defended. But we have very successful and busy branch lines in St Ives and Falmouth. We would like more of those. Wi-Fi on trains. We've just done a pilot on that. We may have very slow trains, but we would like very fast Wi-Fi. And if that could be rolled out across the southwest, that would really help us on those 10-hour return journeys. Staff, they are fantastic. If they probably will have a single employer, but it would be good to have that confirmed. And the insourcing from contracting out, particularly on things like cleaning and food. And my goodness, I plea for a return of the buffet and not that trolley that goes up and down and you can never get to it. But the majority, what I want to focus my speech on really, is how much I welcome the duty to promote the role of rail freight and set the growth target for rail freight. And I want to set out a huge opportunity for the Minister and the Department for Transport. In Falmouth, we have a beautiful multi-use port that covers defence, repair, cruise, floating offshore wind, hopefully in the future, and export in Falmouth. We also have the rebirth of the critical minerals industry in Cornwall and a £50 million strategy from this government. That leads to a great requirement for transport, for freight transport. Each railway train would take 129 lorries off our narrow Cornish roads. We have the full support of our businesses, our Chamber of Commerce, our council, and we have an enterprise zone. We need, as a next step, a feasibility study. So for a very small amount of money in the grand scheme of things, we could open up that 150 yards of rail freight down to Falmouth docks and provide a step for the future, so our critical minerals can come into and leave Cornwall, and we can grow our economy as we would love to do.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the most special moments of my first year as an MP was singing ABBA on the Penistone Line train with the wonderful We Can Survive choir travelling through my beautiful constituency. This line is the spine connecting South and West Yorkshire between Huddersfield and Sheffield. It courses through 8 constituencies, serving over 500,000 people, connecting 6 hospitals, 4 universities, as well as several FE colleges, hundreds of schools and GP surgeries. It laces together communities with rich histories, vibrant high streets and industry with huge potential. When I was growing up, our South Yorkshire transport system was the envy of the world, but 14 years of the Conservatives' broken promises resulted in an unacceptable north-south transport divide. On the day that the previous Conservative government announced Network North was going to be spent on potholes in London, 3 out of the 6 Penistone Line services were cancelled. And what about reform? They haven't even bothered to turn up to the debate today. They don't care about rail, but this government does. I am thoroughly delighted to support this bill, to take back control with Great British Railways, to deliver the improvements for customers and to take long-term decisions in the national interest. The Penistone Line Partnership are a brilliant advocate for our local line. Their voices will be strengthened by this bill's introduction of a new passenger watchdog, setting tough standards. This Labour government bill, along with the work of our Labour Mayor Oliver Coppard and local councils, provides the opportunity to restore a transport network that is once again the envy of the world, delivering phases 1 and 2 of the Penistone Line upgrades. Our Labour government has already begun to power that change with our £48 million investment in phase 1. Phase 2 is much needed. We must go further and fulfil the recommendation of Lord Blunkett's Yorkshire's plan for rail, which will include delivering 2 trains an hour. South and West Yorkshire deserve better than the once-an-hour service that we have currently on this line. And it will be crucial that the second stage is covered in the next spending review, to ensure that my constituents in Dodder, Silkston Common, Penistone, Chapeltown and all the places in between can get to college, university, hospital and employment. My constituency has helped to build the prosperity of this great nation. It needs this line's second upgrade to ensure it is once more the beating heart of
Order. Dave Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After years of falling standards under the Conservatives, this Labour government is investing in our railways. Anyone who commutes from Lichfield to London, as I do every week, will have seen for themselves how sorely needed this is. We've all had trains cancelled, rerouted, or crammed in with standing room only. This railways bill, creating Great British Railways, is the biggest overhaul to our rail system in a generation. GBR will run our trains, set the timetable and control track, stations and depots. It's about putting our railways squarely back in taxpayers' hands, a public service under public control. Great British Railways will be a step change compared to some of the difficulties that my constituents in places like Fradley, Hansacre and especially Streathey have had with HS2. Years of delay and disruption under the last government. This government is putting new management in place in HS2 to sort it out, and I know my honourable friend, right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, will be holding them to account, just as you will be holding Great British Railways to account. It's really important that we get this right, because the failings of HS2 Limited have been so significant for so long. Continuing under the way that the previous government ran our railways is clearly not the way forwards, especially when we look ahead and we look at the wonderful project that is Midlands Rail Hub. GBR will give taxpayers control over the railways and projects like the Rail Hub by investing record sums in upgrading the network. That project, the almost £1 billion, will mean that the clogged Birmingham New Street will have its capacity significantly increased, allowing 300 more trains to run through the city, each day. It's going to unlock huge increases in the number of services across the Midlands and beyond. This is amazing news for people in Lichfield, Burntwood and the villages, especially those who use the cross-city line which links Lichfield to Birmingham and is the busiest commuter line outside of London. Since COVID, we've only had 2 trains an hour, and Midland Rail Hub will help us get that back to the 4 that we need. Beyond that though, Labour believes in our railways. Publicly owned, run for people, not profit. No longer should shareholders benefit while passengers suffer poor service. And I really want to see every single pound from tickets reinvested in great services and further expanding our rail network. In my area, the next stage of rebuilding our railways really does need to be getting a passenger service back on the line from Lichfield to Burton and Derby, and with a new station at Albury Was for the National Memorial Arboretum. This arboretum is our national centre for remembrance, but public transport links to it are extremely limited. Opening that line up and reinvesting what we can from a publicly owned railway service into that will connect people to jobs and take pressure off our roads. My honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, has heard me make the case before, and she'll hear it again, and I will keep pushing the business case for that line under a new publicly owned railway service.
Lawrence Turner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And now we turn at last to a fundamental question which has perhaps gone unasked in this House for too long. What is the mass and acceleration of an average-sized peacock? The question, Madam Deputy Speaker, does not spring from the pages of a script for The Goon Show or Monty Python. It is a real case that came before the Rail Industries Delay Attribution Board. You see, a delay caused by a collision between a train and a small bird is the responsibility of a private operator who pays the cost of compensation. But if the unfortunate bird is deemed to be large, then taxpayers are on the hook. And so it came to be, one day, expensive lawyers gathered to compare calculations and precedent and argue out whether that poor unfortunate peacock was more akin to a goose than a duck. Few incidents better illustrate the costly absurdities of rail privatisation. It is worth reflecting on the fact that the cost of privatisation is borne by all taxpayers, whether they use the railway or not. The railways received nearly £700 million in subsidy in 1990 to 91. By 2018-2019, before the pandemic impaired the industry's finances, the net subsidy requirement had increased to £4.3 billion, an increase after inflation of some 236%, more than doubling even after passenger journey increases have been accounted for. And to this day, subsidy is lower in Northern Ireland, where the railways remained in public hands. Everywhere, the railway's contingent parts are divided and separated by contractual barriers. For passengers, that can mean station staff who cannot even board a train to help someone down with mobility issues because they work for different companies. There is a multiplicity of these unnecessary contractual barriers, and public money and public confidence drains through each one. Madam Deputy Speaker, we should not expect a complete change of services on day one of operations under GBR, as there were not on the Attlee government's vesting day for nationalisation in 1948. But change over time it will, and for the better, including for my constituents who travel from Longbridge, Northfield and Kings Norton. This bill is the instrument of that transformation. Tonight's vote is on the principle of establishing Great British Railways, and in the weeks ahead there will be time for that detailed line-by-line scrutiny, which I look forward to contributing to, including through the Transport Select Committee. But for tonight, I just want to say that there can be no doubt that this is the right policy and the right bill. It has been a privilege to have had the occasional view of the development of this area of transport policy down the years, and I look forward to voting for it tonight.
Final contribution, Jacob Collier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As we mark 200 years of our railways, it's fitting that we are embarking on a new chapter in the history of our railways. They continue to be an integral part of the story of Britain, and I'm reminded of this every time I visit London St Pancras, a place that helped Burton-upon-Trent become a brewing powerhouse. Passengers below platform walk where Burton beer barrels were once stacked high. It is a reminder of the importance of our railways in shaping the very fabric of Britain and, of course, supplying punters with the very best beer. Great British Railways will be the new guiding mind of our railways, joining up operations of our railways and putting passengers at the heart of the rail service. Particularly important is the focus that the bill places on disabled people who must currently navigate a network of inaccessible stations and the constant worry of whether accessibility services will be in place. Our railways are and must be for all. My constituency of Burton and Uttoxeter borders what will be the new home of GBR, Derby, and putting aside our rivalries for a second, this is going to bring benefits to my area and the wider region, building on that 185 years of rail expertise. The long-term rail strategy will be the first of its kind in setting out strategic objectives over the next 30 years, and just as in defence we are creating an always-on supply chain, I welcome that long-term approach that means that we can bring security to rail workers and prevent the cliff edge that we've seen affecting workers in Derby and Newton Aycliffe. I know that my honourable friend for Birmingham Northfield would like to see the intercity swallow livery return, but delivering improved passenger services must be the priority, and it's on what this government is going to be judged. We've heard in the committee concerns about rail freight which have been addressed today, particularly clause 63, and around the operator's appeal process as set out in clause 68, which is equivalent to a judicial review. And some of the evidence we heard believes that that is a very high threshold. Madam Deputy Speaker, for my constituents in Burton and Uttoxeter, this Railways Bill is exactly the change that they want to see. With public ownership, we're taking a long-term approach to the railways with investment through GBR, putting passengers and railway workers back at the heart of their railway. In 2027, Cross Country and East Midlands Railway are coming into public ownership, and it's not long until the people of Burton and Uttoxeter will see that benefit of a publicly owned railway. I know the reality right now is that people face unaffordable tickets, unreliable or cancelled services, inaccessible stations, crowded carriages. For many of my constituents, this is a barrier to railway travel, and this bill is about changing that. This Railways Bill is how we turn those promises we made in the election to get our railways back on track.
I call the Shadow Minister Jerome Mayhew.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been a very popular debate. A lot of people have contributed. Congratulations to all those who've managed to make their points in just 3 minutes. I'm going to try and do my best to summarise the debate as we go on. I'm going to start by noting the excellent contributions from these benches. The Honourable Member for the Isle of Wight East, who brilliantly managed to discuss a railway bill by referring to ferries. But he did make the very serious point that we don't want ideology reforming the railways, we want pragmatism. The Honourable Member for Brigg and Immingham made the good point that the taxpayer now has to